You are listening to Cemetery Confessions, the world's #1 goth talk podcast.
Well, welcome back to Cemetery Confessions. As always, I am one of your hosts, Danny Ashes, and I am here with the other host, Trey. Hello, Trey.
Your co-host is fine. Hello, Danny.
Nice. And on this episode, we're going to be talking about the book Goth Music from Sound to Subculture. If you've been listening to the podcast for a long time, you may know that a recurring question on the podcast comes courtesy of Trey, which I seem to remember coming up probably from one of the very first episodes you guested on. And the refrain of that question is something to the effect of the following, which is, when listening to goth bands, what is the connecting tissue between bands such as Specimen, The Frozen Autumn, Dead Can Dance, Sisters of Mercy, Virgin Prunes, Christian Death, etc., and so on? How do so many disparate sounds fall into one genre? And how do you even quantify what fits into goth canon in the first place? So this book that we're talking about, which is written by Isabella Van Elfren and Jeffrey Andrew Weinstock, which again is called Goth Music from Sound to Subculture, purports to finally be the answer to that question, and even go a step further to answer the question of how goth moves from music to a full-blown subculture. So as soon as I discovered this book, I was intrigued. I told Trey right away because I thought you would be interested in this as well.
Very much so, yes.
Both of us have read in the past Isabella's or Van Elfren's book, Gothic Music, The Sounds of the Uncanny, which isn't really, as a whole, isn't specific to goth subculture. I know personally, I was kind of frustrated and disappointed with the book. I seem to remember you feeling the same. I don't know if that's fair or not.
For the most part, I thought it did have some good points. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I thought it made some good points, but most of those points were outside of the subcultural aspect of it. When Van Elfren was talking about music as an adjunct to, as talked about in Gothic literature, or as an adjunct to Gothic theater or movies or things like that, I thought it had some very relevant and pertinent ideas about it. When it started getting into a subculture, talking about the popular musics rather than incidental musics that are part of another piece of art, that's where it started to fall apart. But that was also her getting out of her expertise as well. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't like her chapter on goth music either, so there's that. But that's mostly neither here nor there, though there are some connecting fibers. I've also read a couple of her published papers as well. So if you haven't listened to, for example, our episode last year on the Italian goth subculture in the 80s, or any of our previous book reviews, here's a bit of a primer on how this episode will go. There are a lot of big questions asked in this book, and we could probably do an entire episode where we just say, here's a question, what do we think about it? Generally, what I try to do, read through or explain rather the author's answers to those questions, their frameworks and their supporting evidence, and then respond to those answers and give some context. So more or less, we're going to walk through the book from start to finish, kind of build the pieces of the puzzle as we go, and look at it holistically at the end of the episode. So I know that I did have, at least on my initial read, a lot of fun reading through and thinking about this book. I've been working on the episode for a couple months. I don't really think that was enough time to prepare based on the amount of free time I have and the density of this book, which we'll get to as we get to it. But I had fun exploring the topic, so hopefully some of the more wild and insightful assertions in the book will also be interesting to everyone listening as well. So they start the book by stating, very importantly, that goth organizes itself around the music. And we will see as they go on to explain what goth social reality is and how that forms in club nights and music events, why that's important. I think this is great. I'm on board with this. Obviously, I argue that goth is more than just music. But they don't say that goth is just music here. It's organized around the music. Do you have any thoughts on that, Trey?
I think it was a fairly solid start that they took on this as far as goth's relationship with music. It is certainly a central, as they say, organizing factor with which the subculture has been built historically. It's possible it's becoming less that as time goes on, much to the chagrin of people who want to go back to the old days, which, as this book asserts, Goth's being obsessed about nostalgia, is all of us, right? But I think it still is that core, that important thing that the subculture is built upon. So that assertion was good, and the fact that they didn't say it is only music, even though they didn't touch on the other things, they didn't say they weren't a thing either.
Yes, right. And then, so what I wanted to point out was, I do also agree with that. I think what I wish they had done was maybe talk about some examples I thought of where there are events that goths organize around that aren't organized around music necessarily. So what I came up with was events like Bats Day, which, as far as I know, does not have any sort of concert or music element.
No, just it's a small world until you want to shoot your brains out.
My own personal experience would be things like social meetups for the purpose of social meetups, gaming nights, cemetery picnics, flea market meetups, goth yard sales, parent play dates, oddity expos, that kind of thing. I would think the authors should address that kind of stuff. And even if there was like a kind of throwaway line arguing that these events still incorporate music in some way, like it's played in the car on the way there, or it's played in the background, or talk about why they're excluded from their consideration for some reason. To some degree, I understand that you can't really address every single possible objection, but it is a shorter book, and I do think it is relevant to what they're talking about. So it's, I thought it was an omission that was noticeable to me.
I think it would have been useful to maybe, mention it as an aside in the intro, but as far as relevance to the book itself, it would have been kind of hard to fit it in within the main thrust of the argument.
Yes,
because the main argument is about how music, or how to define the music of goth. So it's more how music points to goth, I guess, than how goth interacts as a whole, as a subculture.
They had an objections part at the beginning. They could have put something in there.
Yes. But... yeah, they could have put something in, like I said, an aside in the intro would have been well placed, but beyond that, it really wouldn't fit in this book as more than just an aside to acknowledge a deeper knowledge of goth, potentially.
They do say, quote, "Goth music, from sound to subculture, reorients goth subcultural studies onto music. Goth music must be organized not only as simultaneously diverse and consistent, but also as the glue that holds together goth scenes from all over the world. It all starts with the music," unquote. My second red flag, which is a bigger issue, was how right away they introduced the question of genre and the way that they do that, which is different than the way that I introduced it, specifically the types of bands that I mentioned and the types of music and bands they're going to mention. They asked this similar question: how do you delineate a cohesive whole of a subculture of goth when you have music under that category that ranges between electro, future pop, death rock, and neo-medieval? And then later on in the book, they also include gothic metal bands in the mix as well. Part of the red flag for me, other than the obvious, is because I've also read Van Elfren's the book we talked about, and in that book and in published papers, I literally referenced those. I went back and flipped through to grab the bands out of there. But she writes about artists, labeling them as goth musicians that include Marilyn Manson, Nine Inch Nails, Depeche Mode, Him, Nightwish, Evanescence, Within Temptation, Kraftwerk, Ministry, Wumpscut, Das Ich, and others. That's kind of, once we start getting into their methodology, what we're going to discuss here a little bit.
Yeah, I was really hoping that some of that would be tempered by Jeffrey Andrew Weinstock's input as a goth DJ and someone who seems to have a little bit more, insider knowledge. I mean, they both do express some insider knowledge in that they both have attended events as attendees, not as researchers.
Yeah.
But Jeffrey is attended as at least a DJ, if not sometimes an event organizer. So yeah, that was my hope.
So I'll just read this real quick little blurb here from a succinct overview from the book. They say, our claim that the music is central to goth social reality thus goes significantly further than to insist that goth subcultural events always involve music, or that music is a privileged topic of goth conversation and debate. Instead, the argument is that qualities and composition strategies of music characterized as goth provoke specific effective responses that are endowed with personal meaning and inserted into fantasy structures. So we're going to break that down quite a bit as we go along here. So the very beginning of chapter 1 states, central to this book are the assertions that goth music, rather than being one equivalent subcultural practice among many, is the glue that holds the goth scene together, that the rubrics goth and the compound goth industrial are elastic, encompassing a surprising degree of musical diversity, and that goth music is glocal, broadly shared around the world while incorporating regional variation. And we'll kind of get into what glocal is at the end of this chapter because they save that till the end. So, all right, we're going to talk about what they include as goth music and how they get there. So the foundation for this book rests on 12 songs that they pulled from 2 events. The first is Dracula's Ball in Philadelphia, and the second is Gottertanz at Wave Gothic Treffen. So what they do through these 12 songs they go through these 12 songs in chapter 1 and provide a musicological analysis of each track. And that's a big chunk of this first chapter. It's really fascinating to read, especially for me as someone who has I don't have the vocabulary or any sort of training in musicology. So it was really insightful and gave me a different perspective for thinking about music, at least the music that I considered goth and was familiar with, which was less than I would like it to have been. So I thought it would be useful to give a little sort of flavor text, a little taste of kind of what this section is about. So if you are willing, Trey, the paragraph to read on page 21.
All right. So as an example of the musicological analysis we're looking at here. Here's an example from their analysis of Kiss Kiss Bang Bang by Specimen, which is the first track they analyzed in the book. They say, the track's musical layout is as chaotic and contradictory as its lyrics. Its musical fundaments, a minor key, E, and a fast tempo, are generally used in opposing affective contexts. While minor keys tend to be used to express sadder emotions, fast tempos are often associated with happiness, or alternatively, aggression. Throughout the song, this paradoxical fundament becomes supplemented with more and more unusual musical choices. The song starts with a bass and snare drum accompanied by a rising bass guitar riff in E minor, which is mixed into the foreground of the track and serves as its repeating harmonic basis. The bass riff is unequivocally funk in style, which is surprising in view of the Batcave house rules prescribing there be no funk, no disco. The mood of this surprisingly not so countercultural and not so dark sound, however, changes at the moment when sustained guitar chords join in. While the mere length of the chords perceptively slows down the faster rhythm of the bass and drum, the guitars are given a dirty timbre by fingers sliding audibly over strings and sometimes producing glissandos. This timbre and the pitch instability of the glissandos are counterpoints to the accuracy of the clean bass line. Do you want me to continue?
No, that's good. And
Okay.
I think you'll find it's pronounced timber.
Thank you. I do have a comment on this section,
please.
though, that I thought was interesting that I highlighted for this section. One of the things that I'd like to point out right at the beginning is the fact that there are these fundaments that are in contradiction to each other.
Mm.
And it mentioned predominantly the tempo and the minor key. The weird thing is this track is about 115 BPM.
Mm.
That is not a fast tempo.
No.
It's not slow.
No.
It's not creeping slow or anything like that. The funny thing, though, is that later on, I think it's the Sopor Aeternus track, the one that's the waltz, the saraband.
Yeah.
Also 115 BPM. But they
Oh,
point
really?
out that that one is slow.
It doesn't feel slow, that song.
Yeah, it doesn't really. I mean, they're both 115 BPM. This one might feel a little faster than 115 BPM because of some of the way the instrumentation is done, especially on the chorus where the energy level goes up, even though the tempo stays pretty constant. And then the Sopor Aeternus waltz tempos can be weird because it's hard to determine whether you're going to be counting the tempo as the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which is what the 115 BPM are, or whether it'll be 1, 1, 1, and the 2, 3 parts is mixed because you kind of the strong part on the first beat of the triple meter can sometimes be what people pay the most attention to, because at least in a waltz dance, that is where you do the big step and then little steps and then a big step and the little steps, etc. So I just found it interesting that they had these two tracks. When I did a tap tempo on them, identical BPM, so the official tempo of the tracks, but one is listed as fast, and that's an important part of the context of the song that is, they'll later argue, what makes it gothy, or the element that is important for its goth association, whereas the other one was listed as slow, and that was also an important part of its gothy attribution.
That is very interesting. That is interesting, especially because I also found some, in my view, inconsistencies, or it's a weird book, but again, I think we'll kind of talk about that at the end. So
I guess one other comment I want to make around music theory, musicology. It is, by all admissions of most musicologists and music theorists I've interacted with, and I've listened to a lot of music theory YouTube, and I've taken classes in musicology. It's a subjective science. It is explanatory, but not in sort of a definitive way.
Right.
It's a toolbox that you use to kind of explain why some music makes you feel a certain way, but it's not a guarantee that it's going to make everybody feel the same way. And that explanation is not always going to be consistent amongst various musicologists. So it's not necessarily a problem that I disagree with these musicological analyses.
Right.
That's why I point out I guess, a contradiction where they contradict themselves in an analysis of two songs which have an objective, measurable aspect that is the same, but their subjective opinion of it
Their internal
is
logic.
different.
Yeah.
But that is not necessarily a flaw in internal logic, because a subjective opinion of something that is objectively the same, when put in context of a whole wealth of other aspects, whether it's lyrical content, timbral elements, instrumentation, can change the subjective feel of something that is objectively the same.
Fair enough. Yeah. So they do have these 12 songs. They do admit at the beginning of the book that it is a lot of pressure to put on 12 songs. And they say that there's some places where there is room to explore other songs, and that would be interesting to do that. But overall, they think that these songs represent the diversity of goth well. And they sort of categorize these into four main genres of goth, which for them are old school goth, neo-folk, neo-romantic, and cybergoth / industrial. So those 12 songs are split between those, or split from those four genres, and are
Of course, now I can't get the song "One of These Things Is Not Like the Others" because it's not even listed in that listing of four categories, but we'll touch on that later.
Yeah, I talked about this. They're pulled from two events already. They do have an appendix of DJ playlists as well that they kind of mention, like, and look at all these other playlists. But basically, they grab all these songs from DJs that are playing at ostensibly goth events, right? So they do this musicological breakdown of all these tracks. They do go into some detail about the genre categories. So just as an example, they talk about how neo-folk is a umbrella label for subgenres like pagan folk and medieval folk and apocalyptic folk and electric medieval folk and folk noir and so on. But there is very little explanation of why these genres are selected initially, at least, other than it's played at a goth event, therefore it's good enough to call goth. They do get into what they think makes up goth music and accounting for regional diversity, which we'll talk about in a second. But I kind of want to talk about my problems with their approach to picking these songs and aggregating these songs. So I think this would be a good place to start doing that. So Trey, if you want to share your thoughts on their methodology and how these were collected and the genre tags that they chose and all that kind of stuff, go ahead and do that.
Sure. So yeah, once just all this is laid out basically in the introduction, and I started having immediate issues with the methodology here. Though I think they could have written a different book that touched on these same songs and asked a slightly different question that would be, I think, a little bit more pertinent. And that would be why at events which goths attend is such a wide diversity of music played. Yeah. It's kind of flipping the internal question on its head, because it's not why at goth events, because the events listed, especially the two events that they took these songs from, that they specifically labeled, I wouldn't consider either of them to be a goth event, especially not the Vampire's Ball.
I agree.
They are definitely events that goths will attend.
Yeah.
The VGT one is going to be closer to a goth event, but that is, again, also part of a large music festival, which is not an exclusively goth music festival. It's a very popular music festival with goths.
I mean, they literally have classical musicians playing Beethoven and such at concerts, which would you therefore call those goth bands? I don't think so.
Right. Though maybe if a DJ played them. I mean, I've certainly played, or I've tried to play Carmina Burana at a goth event. The problem is the levels of volume.
Yeah.
You may not have heard it at a goth event, but you've heard it in any number of movie trailers, I'm sure.
I think there is some sort of industrial remix of that song that I've heard or maybe
I know a
played
techno
myself.
one. I know a
Yeah.
techno one that is definitely was popular in the mid
I
90s.
think that might be what I'm thinking of.
It wasn't really an industrial one, though it would definitely fit in an industrial playlist, especially now as industrial has merged more and more with techno as time's gone on. So it would fit in more with that. But yeah, it's definitely a techno rave version from the 90s. That was interesting. But I've tried to play the original at a goth event because I love the original. The problem is classical music is very dynamic. So unless I'm really writing the faders, it's too quiet in a lot of sections. It's like it goes really, really quiet and you're like cranking up the faders, but then it goes into the crescendo part and you're like, oh, gotta pull them down or we're gonna break the speakers. So, but part of that is because the clubs I was playing with were very low tech. We basically brought in our own speakers and mixer, but we didn't have any outboard effects like a compressor, which would have been exactly what we needed to fix that whole volume disparity. But so, yeah, I think a better question would have been, why do all of these events, why do the majority of the events, in fact, that ostensibly cater to the goth subculture also share that space with so many other subcultures? Why do they have the, as they termed it, the elastic term goth industrial or alternative club nights or alternative dance nights? Why are all these sort of hyphenated dance nights always there? And why is it so rare to see a pure straight up goth night?
Yeah.
And what is it about these specific genres that seem to go with goth? Why are there not, goth hyperpop nights or industrial happy hardcore nights? Why do you have goth industrial? Why is electro or agrotech in the mix? Why do you have something like a set that focuses more on sort of an ethereal Cocteau Twins Dead Can Dance thing at the beginning, and then it goes into a hard industrial dance style towards the middle? And why does it shift around? Why do these specific genres
trad goth at the end?
Right. Why do these share spaces? I mean, I have ideas on to why that is, and a lot of it has to do with history and about, when you're in niche genres that have a small subculture around them, unless you're in a very large population center, you just don't have the number of people required to, support what is still an essentially capitalistic endeavor. You need to make money. You need to pay the venue. Venue wants to sell beer and other things, and the DJ's got to get the bodies in there to do that, or the venue is going to say no. So unless the DJs are independently wealthy and like to play for a small crowd, you have all these practical means or practical needs, and you need to broaden the spectrum of music played to draw in more people. Yeah. So I think that would have been a better question to ask, rather than trying to say, why is goth all of these things? Because I think that's, as you've pointed out already, Danny, just because it's at a goth event doesn't make it a goth song. I know I was always, when I was a DJ, I was very loose with genre. I didn't care really if it was a goth band or not. I was going for a certain ambiance.
Not the only one.
I was trying to get a mood.
Yeah.
Sure, I know.
I had to get one in there. Sorry,
you did. I always get at least one in there. Yeah. You always do. But yeah. So I mean, there always is, a looseness with that, because it is sort of about creating an ambiance, not about genre purity. That's one of the things I've always enjoyed about goth events, is the variety of music that's played there. And yes, I happen to enjoy the vast majority of it, but not everybody who attends events do. I know I've been to plenty of events where, I hang out with all the different crowds. So I'm not necessarily always with the trad goths or always with the rivet heads or anything like that. But, I hang out with the trad goths and they're bitching when it's the agrotech set. And then I hang out with the rivet heads and like, oh, whatever. All this stupid Bauhaus and Sisters of Mercy has got no beat. How do you dance with this crap? So, I mean, there are definitely people who don't want to hear what else is there, but it's the only game in town. So you go, you may change when you arrive because you know that the DJ plays this sort of music at this hour, this sort of music at this hour, and it kind of has a flow, a sequence of, raising and lowering the energy level as you move through the various genres that encompass these events. But it's definitely not all within one genre, and it's definitely a shared space. And we kind of talked about that in the Italian Goth book as well.
Yeah.
They definitely emphasized how there was a lot of shared spaces there. And there was, in their description, it was more a tension between Goths and punks.
Yeah.
But they kind of mentioned some of that other, just the tensions in there with these events, that they had people coming together because this is the only place they could hear their stuff. And they just had to happen to listen to stuff that wasn't necessarily their thing, but was still, at least accepted,
Right.
begrudgingly.
Well, you better write that book before Van Elfren does, because we both know she'll do it. Yeah, so I guess my take on this is, first of all, agree. Obviously, not everything at a goth club is goth music. I think you have to have some kind of filtering mechanism for that. It seems, I get that, like, if you're trying to come at this from we have this question, we need the music to start understanding how to answer this question. It's a much harder question once you start adding filtering mechanisms, because then you have to explain those and justify them. It's easier just to say, well, the Goths picked the music, so we're going to just say the Goths trust the Goths. But you have two insiders writing the book, like you said, so you would think they would know better. And very much along the same lines, both of these events I went with Dracula's Ball as the example. It's a large, specifically themed event. So it caters to a broad audience. They encourage people to dress as vampires, which is different than what you might see for dress codes of a goth club. A lot of the photos from the event, which, to be fair, photos are only going to focus on one type of person. But I looked at a lot of photos, and there were a lot of cosplay and a big emphasis on vampire media from movies and TV and books.
I think that was that I found interesting. I went to their webpage to kind of look at their description of the Vampire Ball, and they specifically said that we are targeting vampire fans of all genres, whether you're a fan of Nosferatu or Twilight.
Yeah,
we want you to be here. It doesn't matter what version of the vampire mythos, which is incredibly wide as far as a mythos, and doesn't really have things that fit amongst with each other, and definitely has people who argue that is definitely not vampire, that is vampire. But they're doing a broad brush. They want to celebrate the idea of the vampire in literature and media and the popular mindset of basically our society historically. So it covers the spectrum, and they say nothing about targeting goth. They say nothing about targeting any sort of specific idea of vampire or anything sort of dark and spooky and moody or anything like that. It's just a celebration of vampires. Yeah. Which is cool, but makes it a problematic choice in this instance.
And, to further sort of back up what you said about DJs, for yourself being very loose about what you play, I asked this question on Facebook. There are probably about a dozen DJs that responded, but obviously we've talked to DJs on this podcast. We're both in the scene. And in general, I've found DJs will also tell you they don't always just play goth music. I've had several DJs tell me they diversify what they play in order to bring people in, to keep it alive. Speaking to that, you need money thing. Play song requests. So people will come in and request off the wall stuff. Some DJs have different policies about that, but a lot of DJs will just play tracks that get requested because that's who's there and that's what they want to hear. DJs will play parody and joke songs just for the fun of it. They'll play songs that are way outside of the genre just for the fun of the juxtaposition of the goth music with, like, I don't know, Dolly Parton or something, just for an example.
So I've got some good examples from the appendixes. So I went through the appendixes where they listed all the playlists
good.
they were
I
kind of
just
referencing.
skimmed those, yeah.
And I mean, I read through them and I also compiled them and did a frequency of various bands too.
Oh,
But
fantastic.
that's beside the point for this part of the discussion. But I did note a couple of really interesting choices. One, it made sense where it was in the playlist, but they did play Pink's "Let's Get the Party Started."
Okay.
That was the first track of a night, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It's an entry to a night. It's decidedly not a goth song. It's a song I enjoy. In the middle of a set, they played Delight's "Grooves in the Heart." I love the song. I never expect to hear it at a goth or any of these genre nights, though. I don't think I played it even when we had a funk night. I tried to play funk stuff that was still in the realm of things.
Mm-hmm.
Though I definitely will get out. That is one song that gets me out on the dance floor pretty much any time at a wedding.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty much the only time I ever hear the song is at weddings. But I love the song. They played Coolio's "Gangsta's Paradise."
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
Isn't as much of a stretch given that there is a cover by Battery of that same song, but that fits much more closely. Why didn't they play the cover? But they played the Coolio version. So that's fine. But that was just a couple of the highlights. They played Faith No More's "Epic." Good song. Doesn't really fit, though that's not quite as far afield, in my opinion. So those are just some of the highlights that I found interesting in the playlists that are in the appendix of the book. But the question is, why did they pick the 12 songs they did? If you want even more diversity, why not any of these songs that I just mentioned? They were also played at these same events by goth DJs. What was the filtering that led you to leave those out, but not some of the songs that we will be questioning as we go through these 12 tracks?
Fantastic. I'm so glad you did that. So you also have, I think, the important nuance of, I can't remember if you brought this up, probably did, but the fact that these are, I think you did, shared spaces between the scenes. Yeah. So goth, industrial, neo-medieval, they're not, like you did say this, they're not large enough on their own to support their own nights. So they share music and spaces. And so there is a built-in propinquity between the scenes due to the fact that this has been happening for decades now. And the scenes are too small, so we share spaces. And also depending regionally, right? When we had It's Black Friday on the podcast, she talked about how in her experience in New Zealand, the scene was even smaller, so it expanded out from just industrial to include like metal and a lot of other alternative subcultures that aren't as closely related to goth, but they share spaces because of that necessity.
One of the main nights that I DJ'd for in a small college town in central Illinois, the main night was goth, industrial, 80s.
Right.
So we did the whole
That's
thing.
Common
And the
too,
80s was add there. It's very common because, obviously goth and industrial both sort of come out of the late 70s. They're into the 80s as their height of popularity. But then the 80s set was playing stuff that isn't 80s goth and industrial. We will be playing stuff like, the Buggles or, things like that just don't fit in with necessarily that mood. But it was, it was put in there. It was meant to be sort of a more upbeat, fun section of the night.
And you get a mixed audience as well for that too, because you get people that come that just want 80s stuff that don't care about the goth, but they might dance if they hear Susie and the Banshees or something. And then, there's also the fact that there have been periods of time where there's a dearth of goth bands putting out music. And so you don't have as much stuff to play. And so they mix in new stuff coming out from industrial or bands or that kind of thing. But it's kind of known in the scene and talked about explicitly that being tangential and complementary doesn't mean it's the same thing. Throughout my time in the scene, there have been very few people I've encountered that would argue industrial is goth music. The term that they brought up at the beginning of chapter 1, goth,
since it predates it.
Yes, the goth industrial.
By a lot, but yes.
In my mind, came about because we were sharing these physical spaces out of necessity. If anything, I hear far more people complaining about industrial and future pop music ruining goth nights than I do people talking about how those are goth bands, which to that point, I think one of the fascinating things about this book is that it was published in 2016, which was just at the beginning of the current post-punk explosion. So in my mind, the research they were doing for this was probably done a few years before that, which is when we still had a music desert of goth bands. And so I think the reliance on electronic music that we saw in the goth clubs of that era kind of rubbed off on the book. One of the tracks I pulled out was the Suicide Landscape by The Beauty of Gemina, which they bring up a lot. And that's a song from 2006, which I think is very of its time. It reminded me a lot of when we were talking about the Diary of Dreams album, when we did our Facing Nostalgia episode, where you had basically a goth rock band to a large degree incorporating electronic synth pop sounds into their music because industrial had taken over the club scene, and that's what everybody was listening to, whether you were goth or not. Whereas now, I think this book might be different if it was written today, because there are a glut of, goth bands to an extreme degree. If I was writing the book, I mean, it wouldn't matter if it was now or not, but if I was writing the book, my 4 genres would be post-punk, goth rock, death rock, and ethereal wave or dark wave. Whereas, even though it's not one of the big 4 genres that they include, they do talk about gothic metal, because they reference Evanescence and Nightwish, and then one of their 12 songs is Vampire by Xandria, which they say is a gothic metal song. Mm-hmm. So clearly, like, even if we don't argue about neo-folk and medieval, which I don't think are goth, but they're closer to in the goth adjacent category than some other genres.
They at least pull from goth definitely borrows musically from those genres in elements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas gothic metal, mostly they share lyrical imagery and potentially a literary allusion, that sort of reaching back to the gothic literature idea and some of the subjects and themes. That's the main thing, in my experience at least, that ties gothic metal with goth musics.
Yes. However, I mean, yeah, but it is a subgenre of metal, though.
Correct.
And industrial as well, I think, is clearly so. Like you said, it predates goth, right? It came out of the 70s. I'm no expert in industrial by any means, but bands like Cabaret Voltaire, Clock DVA, Nurse with Wound, SPK, Throbbing Gristle.
I mean, most of those original forerunners of industrial only predated goth by a couple of years,
mm-hmm,
but
mm-hmm.
there were, I'd say, more proto-industrial bands reaching way earlier, before the proto-goth bands were. I mean, because the idea of sort of using non-musical elements as an unsettling component of music, mm-hmm. to disturb or wake up or just shock an audience, mm-hmm. Which, at least according to Genesis and in his sort of industrial music manifesto, when he created industrial records around Throbbing Gristle, was one of the raison d'etre of industrial music, is to shock people out of their complacency by confronting them with sounds that were non-musical in a context where music is expected. But we've been doing that as a society since the late 1900s, early 20th century, especially with the rise of the Industrial Revolution and the fact that with industrialization, noise became a thing in our existence. It wasn't this pastoral world where it was nature sounds and then the sort of nice sounds of regular musical instruments or conversation. We all of a sudden had machines, these artificial human creations that invade our spaces and create, audible, visual, health-based pollution that you can either struggle against or kind of embrace. And so that is sort of in my mind at least, the initial seed, not the start of industrial music, but the initial seed that led progressively to the rise of industrial music in the early-ish mid-70s.
Yeah, and I think a clear philosophical difference between goth as well, which we don't have time to get into the weeds on in this episode, but I mean, there is clear musical difference and a difference in ethos between the two genres, and aesthetic difference, and I think, and if you just simply ask members of either of those communities, they will overwhelmingly state that the two are not the same, not coterminous. The best argument I saw online to try and link the two was this argument somebody made, I think it was on Reddit, that basically the goth and industrial were started out differently, and then at some point in the 2000s or 90s, late 90s, they became one and the same, with like kind of that era I was bringing up before, with like Skinny Puppy and God Module and Wumpscut. But I still don't think, especially, maybe you could have made the argument at the time, but especially now, I mean, I still don't think the argument would hold up at the time, but especially now, when you look at the music that's coming out now in the goth scene, again, they have very clearly, obviously split musically and become their own thing, even though maybe in the past they sort of had some larger degree of overlap in the music, except not in the aesthetic or the ideology side of things. But the lineage, it comes from different places. The sound, you listen to dark wave and post punk and death rock and goth rock, it's and then you look at the people who went to cold waves and listen to the bands who were at cold waves. You listen to We Have a Technical podcast to get a good perspective on the current industrial scene. They're not the same. So, go ahead.
I was going to say the closest argument, not necessarily an argument to merge them, is the same, but I would argue that there are subgenres of industrial and subgenres of goth that have pulled from the other scene because they've shared spaces for so long. So there are goth bands that, like you said with the Diary of Dreams things, have borrowed elements of industrial for their sound. I could point to something like a Switchblade Symphony, maybe, which pulls from some industrial aesthetics and how they do instrumentation, but is still pretty much considered a goth band. Something like Collide is even harder. I would put them more as an industrial band, which pulled heavily from goth. And then started pulling from electronica. But at least their first album was mostly industrial, but pulled heavily from goth. And I would put them in the industrial category with goth in there. And you've mentioned Skinny Puppy, and at least in Alex Reed's book, he'd mentioned Skinny Puppy as one of those first kind of mergers of the sort of harsh industrial with the, I don't want to say softer, but maybe more emotional, less mechanized elements of goth that led to it being more broadly appealing to a wider variety of people that weren't in the core, I guess, rivet head demographic that was the core audience of industrial in the mid 80s. So there definitely are bands that would be considered crossover bands, and you could have lots of great debates about, is this band goth or goth with industrial influence, or industrial with goth influences, or is it somehow an equal merger of them both, and is a hyphenated rather than slashed goth industrial?
Whereas in this book, they do I couldn't find the page when I was doing my second read through, but they do reference bands like Front 242 and other early industrial bands as being goth bands, which is, especially considering they do talk about Alex Reed's book,
strange,
to say the very least. Strange. And then just on the sort of talking about the bands that they reference, there were some other weird things that came up, especially considering that this was a DJ involved in this, but there were some problematic bands that came up. So Combri Christ was one of their 12 core tracks. Soul Invictus is referenced a few times, which members of that band have been outed as fascists. And then Omnia is one of the 12 tracks referenced that are used as well.
One thing I want to note of Omnia, since I said I did a whole inventory of the various playlists, Omnia was by far the most played band across the entire all the playlists in the appendix.
Oh, okay.
They had basically 16 tracks.
Wow.
The next one was Fawn with
wow.
9, Covenant with 9, and Sisters
Covenant
of
makes
Mercy,
sense.
the first big goth band, at 8. So twice as often Omnia was played in this collection of playlists. So I think the playlists were, looking over the playlist, I think they were predominantly European, which explains the heavier sort of neo-folk kind of focus. I think that is more of a European thing because I don't hear a lot of that in the stateside as much as it certainly seemed looking over the playlists from the European clubs.
Yeah, I completely agree. And so with Omnia, I don't know about their back catalog because I haven't heard them before. When I went to their YouTube page, their most recent video was a anti-vax pro-Trump song, which was like, wow, okay, this is a goth band, huh? But again, to be fair, that came out this year, and this book was from 2016, so I don't know what their back catalog is like. Okay, so moving on then. They talk about sort of what is goth music, and they have 4 primary identifiers for this. So the first is lyrical similarities. This includes themes of loneliness and misanthropy, the yearning for idealized times and places, and transgression of the borders of life, death, and sexuality. The second is musicological similarities. This includes minor keys, foregrounding low-pitched instruments, and heavy reverb or echo. Repetitive structures, which they mention importantly, relates to manipulation of time. The third is contrast, so oppositions in the rhythm, harmony, form, instrumentation. 4 is unusual vocal timbre, which they say is something that is subjective, but they feel that vocal timbres of goth music add an otherworldly or nostalgic feel to the music. So, as far as those 4 markers of goth music go, do you have any thoughts or anything you'd add or remove?
I actually don't mind a lot of those. So the lyrical one I mostly like, though the misanthropy I have some issues with.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that leads to some of the other genres that's maybe a little bit more prevalent in the industrial and the metal to some degree. There's a frustration with society that definitely is a major theme in a lot of goth.
Mm-hmm.
Misanthropy is usually more of a hatred, and what a lot of goth is more about is, it's not a goth song, but the Depeche Mode "People Are People" is kind of a goth lament of why do people care about what I do and why do they have to be so mean to me. It's more a frustration about why are people misanthropic at me when I'm just trying to do my own thing. And there seems goths, in my experience at least, there's that frustration around it that could be, I guess, read as misanthropy, but I don't usually see it as so directly targeted as a hate. It's more of just there's a weariness around just the weight of how we're treated and the sense of being an outsider, which is one thing that a lot of the genres in here have in common. That is one of the threads that I feel industrial, metal, goth, neo-folk, neo-pagan, all these things do have in common, is this outsider status. Both of the bands and the fandom, which is one of the big threads. And I think one of the reasons, to answer my previous question, why these share spaces, because that sense of community when you feel like you're an outcast is invaluable. But yeah, I think I do have
also why goth has
misanthropy.
Is also often shared spaces with the queer community or the BDSM community, that kind of thing.
Very much so. So I have an issue with misanthropy, though that's not a strong one, because I can see definitely elements of that within within goth to some degree, but I just don't hear it expressed that often in the music. And since they're talking about the lyrical similarities, the transgression with borders, kind of, sort of, I think Van Elfren especially really likes to focus on this transgression of borders thing.
Yeah.
And I think they make too big a deal of it.
Yeah.
Is it a potentially an element? Yes. But it always feels like with her book specifically, it's like that's almost the core of it. Like it's the thing that makes goth. I don't know about that. But some of the things they aren't mentioning that are lyrical similarities that I think are important with goth is social commentary to some degree, not as much as like punk, which is huge on social commentary, but some things like Susie and the Banshees' Suburban Relapse, which is sort of that cynical eye on what is derogatorily called normie culture,
right.
Which is also what makes us sometimes read as misanthropes as well. But there's a critique, but it's an internal critique. It's not a critique where we're yelling at people to change. It's like we're observing this and speaking of it amongst ourselves.
Right.
So that social critique is definitely an element in goth music that isn't really mentioned here, unless it is being bundled up with the misanthropy. So that's kind of my view on the lyrical similarities. So I think that was solid-ish, but has some issues has some things that I have issues with. The musicological similarities, minor keys, sure, really broad though. The foregrounding of low-pitched instruments, yes. Though more importantly than foregrounding, it is putting the melodic elements in those low-pitched instruments, particularly the bass guitar, which in most, at least pop and rock music formulations, the standard bass guitar or bass guitar, drums, and vocals, the standard sort of garage rock format. The bass is not a melodic instrument in tradition. So the fact that it has been foregrounded, yes, but also is carrying a lot of the melodic. The fact that you can kind of sing along with the bass line and not sound like a total weirdo is something that I feel is unique about post-punk, and is something that goth grabbed from post-punk and carried along into its theming. Heavy reverb or echo, absolutely. Something that I both love and critique frequently in our music reviews, which is, I think, something that also helps distinguish it from some of the other bands that are mentioned in here, like the industrial and the metal, which do not do that, especially when it's on the vocals. The fact that goth tends to bury its vocals in this reverb and echo, which I feel reinforces the senses of loneliness and outcast status. Whereas something like metal or industrial tends to put vocals way in the front, more grabbing from, in metal's case, the garage rock, where the lead singer is definitely the big focus, and industrial's case, kind of its elements of, to a degree, garage rock, but also punk. So those are definitely things that are unique, or not unique, but a difference that makes goth unique from the other genres here. Repetitive structures, that's just pop music. That I think is a complete non sequitur. I don't get that at all. I mean, repetitive structures is the 4-chord loop that is the basis of all pop rock since the 60s. Or if you want to go electronic, if you want to hit the industrial side, the drum loops. None of that is part and parcel with goth. It is something that goth uses on occasion, but not always. They've got plenty of long form, non-repetitive structured songs that aren't even following the verse, chorus, verse kind of structure of a pop music song. That is in itself repetitive. So that one I think was just completely out. I don't see the repetitive structures other than to point out the industrial and cybergoth side of things, which are more heavily onto the repetitive stuff.
Yeah.
But they talk about that in the manipulation of time.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good example of it. They have some other examples that are better examples, and I do think the manipulation of time is important, but we'll touch on that when they start talking about that later.
We get there.
The contrasts, yes, definitely have contrasts. I don't necessarily agree with how they put the contrasts in there, or how they define them, but I think contrasts are important in a lot of musics. But there's a lot of goth, and it's especially the tongue-in-cheek aspect of goth, where we like to put things that don't seem like they fit together. And that's why there is such a wealth of kind of jokey songs too, or songs that are playing up, stuff that, it doesn't fit. It's not goth, it's not creepy and doomy, but we'll put it in as sort of a juxtaposition because, as I've argued many times when talking about music and volume, a point is made best when it's juxtaposed with a counterpoint. If something is just one thing all the way through, you kind of become numb to it.
Yeah.
So having something that is really present in the foregrounding and not buried in reverb makes the stuff that's drenched in reverb that much more impactful. And so that kind of a juxtaposition, I think, is the more important aspect rather than some of the ones they mentioned, like in the quote I read about the kiss, kiss, bang, bang, where they're talking about the minor key juxtaposed with the quote unquote fast rhythm. I don't think that was all that important to that song and not the important juxtaposition there. They kind of mentioned some of the other juxtapositions in that song in some of their further analysis with kind of the lyrical content and stuff like that is a little bit more interesting. Mm-hmm. But yes, I think just juxtapositions are important in music in general. And I think goth really likes to play up on it a lot. And then the unusual vocal timbre, that's definitely something that they would grab onto to unify all of these disparate genres that they've unified, because there is definitely a wide variety of unusual vocal timbres across the board there. When you're looking at the core goth stuff, again, this is something I've critiqued goth. The vocal timbre is unusual, but it's not necessarily always that diverse. I usually make fun of the, gothic male voice number 3 and gothic female voice number 1 when I'm reviewing tracks, because there is a little bit of tropiness when it comes to vocal timbre in goth. There are definitely bands that I absolutely love that break out of that are very unique in their vocal timbre. Bauhaus is usually the one I will always shoot out there. I think Peter Murphy does a very good job of breaking away from some of those stereotypes, even though he kind of birthed some of those stereotypes too. I mean, Bela Lugosi's Dead is goth voice number 2. But yeah, they definitely have a lot broader use of vocal timbre and is a very dynamic singer. So yeah, the unusual vocal timbre is interesting. I think that dovetails very well with the previous musicological similarities with reverb and echo, because those two oftentimes go hand in hand in goth to create an ambiance. And because the vocal timbre is the part of a song that other humans will identify with, because that's the human element. That is the sort of I or the you in the song that you're relating with. So as that is placed in a space with the reverb and echo, that gives it that sensation where you can feel the feelings of the singer, which is, I think, an important element of goth music, is the fact that there's this shared emotional feeling, empathetic connection between listener and artist.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's something they bring up as well later in the book. I don't have as much to say. I mean, again, music isn't my special area. Well, I could show you my special area later after the podcast.
Yes.
But I have much more to say, I think, later on. But I'll
shut up around the philosophy side.
Just a few... whatever.
But that's your focus. That's your specialty.
Just a few general comments. I mean, I think the musicological classifications feel more vague to me than they would otherwise be if we were excluding some of these less relevant genres like neo-folk and gothic metal and industrial. There's a video Cadaver Kelly did where she basically talks about what are the musicological fibers of goth music, where I think she does get into more specifics. It's like a 10-minute video, and I think there's more specifics in that than there are in this.
Yeah, she brings up some other things, not all of which I agree with, but she brings up some other things that are interesting and pertinent.
Yeah. So I'll link that in the show notes for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Something that I didn't address directly here, but I think is implied that I like, is that genre and canon is fluid and discursive. And this is framed through the performative nature of chronotopes, which are the grounding for genre. And we'll explain what the hell that means when we get to it. But something that DJ Gomez, aka Mark of the podcast you were listening to, mentioned on my Facebook post that I made asking about this part of the book. He made a great point that I think the authors would agree with, where he said that genre is collaborative because DJs and bands are looking at each other's work. So I think there's a sense of co-creation there, which is how we get accepted change over time in genre. When we interviewed Trev of Nightbreed Records previously and asked him this question of, how do you cohesively get goth from all these different bands, and how do you identify what goth music is? He had some musicological classifications. So he talked about playing in a minor key. He mentioned the intent to produce certain emotional effects, which is, again, something they bring up later in the book. Oh, yeah. So he talked about emotional effects, what I would call atmosphere, or what you could academically call teleoaffective formations. He mentioned lyrical content and lyrical traditions. He talked about the avoidance of pentatonic scales.
I don't get that one, but that's
I
fair.
don't either, but
I know what it
had
is.
to
I just
Google
don't
what
understand.
pentatonic scales were. So I was like, sure, yeah, yeah.
They're admittedly very popular in metal, but I don't think they're necessarily avoided in goth. I don't have any good examples of goth tracks that are heavily pentatonic. It feels like an odd thing to just be put in there.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. He also mentions that there are going to be exceptions to all of these rules, and I think that's something they talk about in the book as well. But then, to Mark's point and my thinking, he also says you never step in the same river twice, which I think speaks to that fluidity. And then he also brought up the question of, do the artists themselves describe their music as goth or not, which is
the eternal question.
a whole other podcast. The only thing I would include, maybe not in like a sort of 4 bullet point thing, they didn't really structure it that way, but something I may have talked about is, and sort of in line with that fluidity, is the relevance of, and I do think they kind of bring this up in a way later in the book, but the relevance of personal discovery and personal history, and how that influences an individual's interpretation of what goth canon is or isn't. So like if a person's first goth band was the Virgin Prunes in 1982, or if their first band was Vision Video in 2020, those two people might have a different perspective on what goth is and isn't.
They do kind of bring that up in the book too.
Yeah, later on.
One of the elements that encompasses the goth experience is your history with goth, and that, well, they like to emphasize the nostalgia factor of it, but I think it's just expectations and what you, as I've always said, usually the favorite album of any given band is typically the first one you've heard that that made you want to get the other albums. Whether it is the best album in any sort of absolute sense, it's the album that woke you up to that sound, and thus it usually gets a special place for you.
Since we've talked about this now, I guess there is a little bit more I want to say about this, I think, but when we talk about the Glocal, but we will have to accept kind of that their framework for the rest of the book is going to include industrial and gothic metal and neo-folk as part of their theory for understanding how we get from music to a social subculture. So the end of this chapter is talking about, well, a big chunk at the end of this chapter is talking about Glocal, because they want to try and understand how geography plays into goth music and if it influences what is popular. And Glocal is a portmanteau. Is it portmanteau?
Yes.
It's of global and local. They reference Paul Hodkinson's consistent distinctiveness, which was one of his 4 markers of subculture. Essentially, that means that goth is cohesively distinct across borders. It does allow for some form of variation from place to place, but essentially the idea is if you travel, you will still be identifiably goth wherever you go and recognize the subculture to some degree. In the book, they argue that goth is glocal in a few ways. They say music is more democratized now, meaning that you have, or people have access to most music online. Most people have access to semi-professional or professional recording equipment. Labels and bands have access to the same pool of DJs, which can send music to each other easily across the internet. So that sort of shrinks the pool, makes the world smaller, as it were. And importantly, differences at goth events are more likely to be more profound between cities or venues due to local culture or the people that go to those specific clubs than it is between regions. So like country to country, state to state, that kind of thing. So they say goth is therefore glocal, meaning it is internationalized, but reflects local tastes and tendencies.
I think I mostly agree. I think they do kind of try to put this as a critique of the cohesiveness when they bring Hodgkinson up, if I'm recalling how they address it here.
Yeah.
That sort of consistent distinctiveness. And they're saying, based on their analysis and looking at this 12 band canon and what they determine as goth, they're saying it is not quite as cohesive as Hodgkinson, and we've already critiqued their choices, which is part of why they're coming to that conclusion. So I think that's the flaw of it.
I think the sentence is, and it's not even genres that we included, but in the sentence where they call out that consistent distinctiveness, they use they say that goth music spans the gamut of power noise, neo-folk, EBM, gothic metal, and goth rock, and then basically say like, how could it be cohesively, identifiably a collection of semiotic signifiers that make sense? Which again,
yeah. So I mean, my critique would be more that their critique is based on flawed data rather than a flaw with the theory that Hodgkinson proposes. But as far as I like the concept of goth as a glocal thing, and my experience sort of bears that up. I've not necessarily been to a vast number of places, but I've been in goth clubs in multiple areas of the United States, definitely pretty heavily. And I have been to one goth event, well, goth industrial event, predominantly industrial event in Austria. And in general, I had a very similar vibe in all of them. Were they different? Absolutely. Did they play different musics? Absolutely. Has things changed over time as I've been involved with the goth scene for 25 years, I think now, something like that. Almost 30. Sure. So it changes within the time space dimension if you want to get all 4D on the Glocal thing as well. But yeah, the goth scene is different when I was in Colorado versus Chicago versus Austin, Texas. I don't know why I did Colorado instead of Colorado Springs, since I was doing cities for everything else. But so yeah, I've been to multiple different clubs over, or even I was in a castle in Florida too. And that was, they do have a unique flavor, but they all felt very similar. Going overseas probably had the biggest shift. But even still, it was close enough that it was decidedly recognizable. It wasn't a completely foreign thing. It wasn't like, this isn't goth or goth industrial or whatever. This, it had definitely a strongly different focus, but it was still within the overall sphere of what I consider the vibe of a goth event would be.
Right.
And it would be really interesting if I had the time and money and ability to travel more. I would love to go. I mean, we've been digging deep into South American goth. I would love to go to, obviously the Mexico City ones, which have been listed pretty heavily. There's apparently a pretty big goth festival in Brazil. Love to go to that. Pretty big goth festival in Peru. Love to go to that. Love to get to any of the big goth festivals, since really the only ones I've ever been to have been Convergence in the US, as well as Cold Waves. I'd love to get out to VKT. I'd love to get out to Whitby. Some of those other ones, Nachtmar. Actually, that's a band, I think. It's the Nacht one in Germany.
You think of Mara Luna?
Maybe. I thought there was a Nacht one as well, but Mara Luna is another one.
Yeah, like you know what there is, but I don't know what it's called. Yeah. So it's something with whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a word for night. I'm sure there are dozens of goth events that are named the German word for night. Yeah. But yeah, I like the Glocal thing, and I think it bears up in my experience.
Yeah, I also generally think it's true. And I also, from the social theory side of things, I tend to agree with people like Ted Schatzki, who we talked about on that Italian Goth episode, who has a flat ontology. So when he's thinking about social life, for him, it's not composed of macro and micro or hierarchical social phenomena, but it's embodied agents that are laid out in the same continuous linked web of agents and material objects interacting with each other. Very similar sort of thing here. I will say there are some differences, which actually one of them you kind of mentioned, Trey, which is that in places like Germany, you're more likely to hear neo-folk and medieval than in America, based on these playlists, for example, like you said. I do think it is still a kind of Eurocentric analysis that we have in the book. Places like Mexico, for example, don't really get any representation. Places like Japan or Indonesia, there are a couple Indonesian bands that I've been listening to, like Succubus and Camland, don't really get largely get ignored, I think, in general. And
even within Europe, it stays pretty much Central Europe. A little bit northern, doesn't really go east or south at all. So the idea of labels having access to the same pool of DJs, you're still not going to hear many artists that aren't singing in languages other than English and German, maybe some French, maybe some Russian. So there's still some, however you want to frame that, it's not necessarily a egalitarian playing field all of a sudden, just because we have the access to the internet. Those systemic biases and even language barriers still exist online as they do in person. They argue a couple more things. They argue that music had more local flavor prior to the 2000s, and they point to the Batcave and death rock scenes as examples, which I think is generally fair. I think Jose on our Mexico City Oscura scene episode kind of talked about this, about how regional music was more common in the 80s. I do think LA still has a big death rock scene, and that's still part of their goth scene in a big way. There was a band I reviewed on our Sinister Suggestions segment last episode called Sectarian Bloom that I thought had a very identifiable Oakland sound, because that's where they're from, which is kind of like a regional thing. Another example would be the big explosion of Russian post-punk bands, where Molchat Doma was the breakout star, but there's still a bunch of Eastern European bands whose I won't even try and pronounce the names of, but they have a very regional sound to them that you can identify when you hear it. And it's more complicated than that. Jose talked about the importance of black market bands and the black market importing bands from Europe and America, and that influencing the underground scene in Mexico back before the internet was what it is now. So it is more common, I think, like when I was thinking about Chicago bands, right? So if you throw a bunch of them together, Wingtips, Panic Priest, Bellhead, Cemetery, Bellwether Syndicate, Feline, Iron Years, and Silent Age, I think those are all great bands, but I don't know that I could say they all sound like they're from Chicago. And that might just be because, again, I'm not really musically inclined, but to me, it doesn't
it doesn't scream like, oh yeah, this is the Chicago sound kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
the closest I can think of to something like, the sense of a Chicago sound would be back like the old Wax Trax days. That
right,
was more of a Wax Trax sound than necessarily a Chicago sound. It just happened to be a Chicago-based label.
right.
Or we can even say the Project Records sound also being a Chicago-based label at the time. But then what's Wax Trax and Project? They're both Chicago sounds maybe, but they don't sound at all alike.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then, they do sort of talk a little more about justifying using just music from DJ playlists, where they say that most music discovery is done online by individuals on sites like Pandora and YouTube, and that these sites, the algorithms on these sites, extend the goth genre tag to all of these disparate sounds that we're talking about. And so then these bands also get played in clubs by DJs, which then further reinforces those ties to goth, which for them is enough justification to say that these bands are goth. So
right, and we know these algorithms are definitely good arbiters of genre.
Yeah.
Like when I'm listening on Pandora and I put in 50s space age lounge music as the sort of key, and I want to listen to that, and surprise, surprise, here comes Einstürzende Neubauten in the middle of the playlist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I mean it fit the feel, but yeah, the genre, those are not at all the same genre.
Yeah. And again, it completely misses the insider discussion that has been going on for decades now, where goths make it explicit to themselves and to newcomers that you're encouraged to listen to other genres and shouldn't feel boxed into one type of sound, and that by virtue of enjoying either a band or a clothing aesthetic or some media item and also being goth, that there is no transitive property that then makes that thing itself goth. So lots of goths are into black metal and might wear like corpse paint or that kind of thing. But black metal is its own subculture, and there has been so many academic and like documentaries and books and things written on that community. Just because goths listen to it doesn't make it goth. And so it's this conversation around having diverse interests without having to collapse everything onto this congealed, homogenous whole, and also understanding that what you were saying, Trey, these algorithms and genre tags that are mediated by huge conglomerates with no transparency, and then include input from outsiders as to who is labeling those tags, is a problem. And also there are running jokes in the scene from people like basically the one you just made about, clicking on the goth tag in Bandcamp and having to look through a bunch of ridiculous, nonsensical content that has no relevance in order to find actual goth music. It's a known thing that people talk about. And so it's just, it's just sloppy. So.
It is. And one thing I was thinking, early on when they were talking about their methodology and, taking from DJ playlists, what I thought would be an interesting thing that would maybe have been a better way of doing it is to grab DJ playlists from concerts. So you could go to a concert of a goth band, say.
Oh, yeah.
And usually between sets, they have a DJ playing music.
Mm-hmm.
And that music is usually more genre tagged because the bands who are playing are usually pretty cohesive genre-wise. Not always, but are more so than a generalized club event or even more so a festival.
Yeah, you're not going to go to a Tears for the Dying show and hear somebody play Combi Christ. Right. That's not going to happen. Okay, so that's the music chapter. So chapter 2 is all about meaning, temporality, and spatiality that are created through action and interaction with music and goths and objects in a particular environment. So the authors develop a musical network theory that we'll get to in a second, which is called SMASL. And they base it off of Bruno Latour's actor network theory, or ANT for short, which is something I like. I'm fairly certain I brought this up in the past on the podcast in some form or another. I know I've talked about Latour's symmetrical anthropology before. The important aspects of ANT to me include, for example, that it's not anthropocentric, so it deprioritizes humans in the creation of social spaces. For Latour, material objects are just as much agents and actors playing roles in creating the relationships and the physical space and the activities and the practices and ontologies of social realities as the people are in those spaces. And it was funny that this came up in the book because I made, and specifically the argument, or one of the examples they give, which I'll bring up, I made a similar argument for this a couple episodes back with Clint in our, I think I called that episode, did I write it down? It was or Music and Identity, I think I called it, where I was talking about why the physical objects and arrangements of musical instruments that take part in music production are as much active participants in the creation of music as the musician is.
Mm-hmm.
That, if you want to go back, dear listener, and listen to that in context of this episode, that might be.
I'd say that's especially relevant to goth, as it is, as was emphasized in the Italian goth book, a very theatrical music genre as well. So staging, placement, gesture, costuming, all these things are part of that theatrical experience that is completely outside of, but complementary to, just the pure sonic elements that make up the music.
That's a great point. And I think actually that's a fantastic point. I'm surprised they didn't bring that up, because you're right. Goths make it, in a way, more explicit the importance of material objects in the creation of these scene settings than you would get in other social settings, even though obviously Latour isn't talking about goths, but it is more apparent, I think, in goth scenes, just like you said. That's a fantastic point. So Latour calls this interobjectivity, which essentially argues that objects have social agency and take part in transforming action from other agents, which include people. And this helps give rise to social realities. So, and again, importantly, another important thing for me is that the distinction between subjectivity and objectivity is a false one. So we're breaking down dichotomies here. Interobjectivity theorists after Latour have expanded on this and see social practice as something that is habitual and enculturated. So that means actions are not something you stop and think about. They are performed as part of an expected and understood cultural system, rather than actions being something that an individual will stop and think about and be reflexive about and take a thoughtful action on. Also importantly for me, Latour's theory is anti-essentialist, which again is something I talk about a lot just in general. And in that episode with Clint, I was talking about a lot about authenticity. But in this book, there is a quote where they say, quote, "There is no goth essence, there is no goth essentialism," unquote. And that was, I put down the book, I was just like, that's it. That's good. This book, A+. Great job. And then I finished the book and I was like, I hate everything about this book. Who wrote? Why did you write this? It never should have happened. So yeah. So, and that's why I say, for me, goth is goth. And I know other people are going to use that phrase in a different way. But when I say that, what I mean is goth has no essence. There's no immutable core. We are goth. We embody goth through our practices and intentions and doings and sayings, and, to use Latour's framework, interwoven, co-constituted interobjectivity So goth is what goth will be. So for Latour, action is the driving force behind social reality, and action is contingent on another actor. So it happens between two actors, which again can be a person and an object, an organism. It doesn't have to be a person, any kind of organism. And it moves, that action moves around the network and changes as it moves. So in the book, they use an example of an absenthery at Wavegotic Treffen. So you have goths in a physical location. The location is changed by the presence of goths, and in the location you have a goth who is interacting with, creating a flame to caramelize the sugar. They turn on the absinthe fountain to drip water through the sugar, and then through the absinthe spoon, and then the goth stirs the remainder of the sugar into the drink and creates the absinthe. So all of these actors acting together form this process of creating and transforming this space, creating this social reality of goths gathering in this absenthery. It's not just an absenthery now, it is this goth space. So there's a dependence and relationship between these agents, between the human and non-human material objects. And this interaction is what gives rise to the socio-material reality. So what goth is, will materialize in different ways, depending on the types of and interactions with material objects. The actors in this scenario are what Latour calls mediators. Mediators are agents that take an action and transform it. So Latour sees human agency as arising from experiences between human and object networks. The philosophical term for that is a posteriori. There are a bunch of different ways of explaining and viewing this philosophically. I'm going to kind of share my own thoughts about how I think this happens throughout talking about this. I like Latour's network. It's good enough for me. I don't necessarily agree 100%, but I think it works fine. The most important shift, again, for me is just decentralizing people, recognizing that material objects are actors and bringing forth something, in this case, socio-reality. Another example would be if you go for a walk, you can't walk without the support of the ground and your legs and the biological structures that make up your body, and etc. There's a reciprocal interaction and transforming action between organisms and bundles of material objects.
It's actually, I don't know, I feel it's kind of tangentially related, but it was an interesting expression that was more related to anxiety, about how an environment can change the exact same act and make it seem banal versus scary. And the example he uses is walking down a sidewalk. So say you're just walking down a normal sidewalk, regular width, normal, whatever. On a normal day, are you ever concerned that you will stumble off the sidewalk and step on the grass? But if you take that exact same sidewalk, the exact same conditions, the exact same width, and put it 100 feet in the air with nothing on the other side, all of a sudden, is it as easy to walk down that sidewalk? Or is all of a sudden it's much more difficult to do the same act because there's now this fear that you will step where the grass was. You didn't even think you'd do that before, but now all of a sudden it's like, I don't know, I will die. I can't even walk on this sidewalk anymore. And you like get on your hands and knees and you're
right.
Thing. And it's just the sense of, it was an allegory for anxiety, right? It's taking a same situation, but putting it in an environment that is perceived as more dangerous makes the exact same actions somehow vastly different.
It's so funny you say that. I was thinking something very similar when we were at Cold Waves and we were up on the balcony, because I was in the middle of reading this book and I was thinking about, okay, how are the material objects interacting with this space and helping to create the social reality and the emotional effect and that kind of thing. And I was thinking about, okay, well, how are people behaving right now, and how are they feeling, and how would we be behaving and feeling if the balcony in front of us wasn't there, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It would be a very different experience, and we would be interacting in very different ways. Which again, it's, you can imagine sort of, there was a very plain, to use your word, banal explanation of the absent theory, but you can also sort of emotionally imagine how you may feel doing those things, being surrounded by the finery and the goths, and sort of how that those objects interact to bring forth the sort of narrative and emotions that you're feeling at that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they set this up, this actor network theory, and then use it as a jumping off point to set up their SMASL network, which we'll talk about here. And do you have any thoughts about Ant before we?
Not really. I will say that when I was reading through this chapter, I wasn't sure whether I was getting it. It felt like it was sort of a non-chapter in that it wasn't really saying anything that was special, and it wasn't saying anything specific to Goth. I realized after reading the whole book that it was doing exactly that. It was laying a foundation that had nothing to do with Goth that they were then going to build upon later. They were just trying to describe and set the groundworks of what this ant theory that underlies the SMASL theory that they then emphasize. But I was reading this thinking, yeah, you're describing all social events ever, that, with people interacting with other people and other things. You've just described that. Good.
Yeah.
So that was my main takeaway from this chapter when I was reading through it, but it was helpful when they targeted it a little bit more, though I don't think they targeted it enough in the later chapters.
I felt the same way. A lot of this, I felt like, where are we going with this? And then eventually at the very end, I was like, I see, now we're all putting it together. But again, it was, and I'm going to talk about this more at the end, but it's a very uneven, the way they describe what they choose to spend time on and what they don't choose to spend time on, what they assume you're familiar with and what they don't assume you're familiar with. And, but yeah, I had a similar experience. Their model, SMASL, SMASL, is what they use for conceptualizing the agency. Because again, we're talking about how non-human things can be agents. So now we're talking about how music can be an agent in goth spaces. So we're moving from material objects to more non-material objects, more conceptual or less material things as being agents as well. So like time is another thing they talk about later. So, but they want to talk about how music can give rise to temporal, spatial, and material reality in a goth club. And again, music is central to the authors, and music is produced in part by this network of material objects that transforms action and passes action on from human and non-human agents. So SMASL stands for singer, microphone, amplifier, speakers, and listener. So you have, to set this up, material objects that produce sound. For example, the sound system, the speakers, the distortion, the crackle from the cables, the reverb from the room. If people have earplugs in or are in an adjacent hall, that is part of this. Something I would add, but that is not in the book, would be like the physical structure of an individual's ears and like their own physicality and physical relationship with music.
Well, the structure of the ears are very important in that's how we determine where sound comes from. Us, like left and right is based on how the ears filter the sound and the timing differences.
Neurological.
As well as front and back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and then, material objects also includes things like clothing, physical movements on the dance floor, the physical space of the club. That's something that comes up later on. They also, in this section, start to bring up how time plays a role for example, they say that music is in a way removed from time because it was recorded in the past. So when you play it at a club, that creates an interaction with the past and the present, as opposed to being at a live concert, for example. So I had some thoughts about that, but I wanted to ask you, Trey.
I definitely have issues with that to some degree.
Hmm.
For some of their points, it makes sense, especially if you're talking about the neo-medieval, when there's a vast difference in not the time of recording versus the time of it being played back, but the time evoked in the sense of the music versus the current time with which in which it's being played. So the fact that some track was recorded in a studio 10 years ago and is now being played in a, in a club in the present day, unless something about the music is referencing the 10 years ago time frame, I think it's a complete non sequitur. The fact that they were recorded and now it's being listened to at two different times. That's not to say that listening to recorded audio is the same as listening to live audio. Mm-hmm. But I don't feel that's more of a temporal thing. That's more of a that sort of human connectivity with a live being who appears to be reacting in real time to me as an audience member versus a recording, which no matter how I'm feeling or how I'm acting or what I'm doing, other than to, as was already mentioned with the way you can change the audio quality by blocking your ears or moving to a different space, it's not changing in the generation of the sound isn't being changed. Whereas a live event, an artist will change the actual way they generate the sound in response to the environment. A recording can't do that. A recording can be altered by the environment, but it's a one-way alteration where it's a two-way in the ANT network in a live scenario. So that's, to me, the main difference between live versus recorded, rather than this time shifting thing that they really want to focus on, with, like I said, the exception being a music that is explicitly foregrounding the time in which it was created. It's about the time.
Mm-hmm. I think I agree with you. I do think they try and explain that through Hauntology, which I'll talk about in a second. I think it can matter if the person is familiar with the band and the song, and so then it therefore has a nostalgic effect.
Yes.
That part is which true. Sort of goes to like something I do think they bring up again, which is like everything is does rely on personal context and situation and that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. They do musicological breakdowns when we get to the time chapter stuff of their 12 songs about these are the musicological elements that evoke certain time temporalities.
Yep.
I do agree with what you said though, and I think it is just going to be contextual. I have an example. I was trying to find where I wrote this down in here, and I can't find it. My example was sort of how this has you have a relationship with the past and present as far as what you're talking about, music that's maybe not that old and doesn't, what would the word be, diegetically reference the past.
Kind of.
When I've been in the club and a song comes on and then I'm having a conversation with somebody else about that song and telling stories about, this is how, telling stories or being told stories about how the song was produced or how that band was inspired by something to create the song, or a tour that they played that song on. And so in that sense, it sort of creates this new reality of this is now how this has come to be for us, and this is how we understand the past. So this is our past, and so there's that interaction of, and then that can even spread out from if that story is then shared, even if it's not accurate or slightly inaccurate or completely false. But I still agree with what you said. It's just, I think there's just adding a little nuance.
No, I think that nuance is important, because I was focused entirely on the the object of art in itself, the musical piece standing alone, not foregrounding the time in which it was produced. But I was leaving out the fact that the listener, subjectively experiencing the music, is potentially foregrounding the time it's produced, or it was produced by their own memories, their own nostalgia for a track. Even if they've studied, even if they don't have that personal experience, but like myself, when I started getting into goth music, I was definitely going down the rabbit hole of who influenced who, what was the history, where did it come from, and so just having that knowledge that this track was from this era, it was influenced by these other bands, and it influenced these other bands that I like, does, to a degree, if I choose to think about it at the time, foreground the temporality of that track, whether the track itself in its own musical elements are actively foregrounding it. Is immaterial when the listener is able to do that foregrounding for it.
Right. So after this, they talk about SMASL, which I love saying out loud. SMASL. They introduced the term hauntology, which is, I love that word as well.
It is a great word. I feel like they like to use it too much in related to goth.
I completely
because
agree.
Of the haunting aspect of it.
Yes.
But I love the word too.
They really, I think, and I'm not an expert on Jacques Derrida. But I think they kind of stretch this just exactly because of what you said. Elfren uses it in her previous book as well. It is a homophone for ontology used by Jacques Derrida. I don't, and I'll be honest, I don't think I completely understand hauntology conceptually, but I can talk about what I think I understand. So Derrida used it or developed it as a tool to tease out the specters of missed contexts and caveats in philosophical theories in one sense. I know he describes it as what's between presence and absence. So the most at-hand example for that would be, for the listener specifically, you and I, Trey, we're kind of a ghost for the listener. We aren't present and we aren't absent. Social media influencers are kind of ghosts that don't know they are ghosts. I know relevant to this book, when they talk about specters of the past and the future and how these constructed ideals or utopias, which is a term Derrida uses, continue to haunt us and persist even if they're dead. Utopia is a romanticized past. It's a time that never existed.
So I don't know if that's Derrida's usage specifically, but I have an issue with that because that's not what utopia means in my concept of it, I guess.
As far as I'm aware, it's based on abstract utopianism, which is a theory by Ernest Bloch, who's a Marxist thinker. But again, I'm not 100% comfortable with hauntology as far as like explaining it. So for the purposes of this, let's just say, yes, that's Derrida's version understanding of utopia, which I think is based in utopian studies.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a stand-in for nostalgia, basically. It's another way of explaining nostalgia.
Nostalgia is a form of utopia formation. It is not utopia, but a utopia can be a nostalgic thing.
Right. It is. It's like, yes, they're kind of like synonyms in this way he's talking about the way that we construct the past and sort of use it like a drug to live in and think it will solve all our problems. And he's trying to point out that it was never real, but it still haunts us in the present and has real effects in the present. And this is kind of actually something, speaking of nostalgia, that we have had conversations about at, I think it was Medusa's, about the problem with nostalgia and the way that goths can fall into talking about goth through nostalgia and framing current day goth through nostalgia in a way where goth never existed in that way, and how it can cause harm. And this is kind of what Derrida is talking about. And so we kind of complained about that. And this is kind of what Derrida is talking about, of that haunting the present as like a specter. He says it's a ghost of a simulacra. So, and this is from he uses this term in the book, The Specters of Marx. So the specters of Marx are inequality and oppression. These are, even though Marx is dead, Marxism is not dead, and inequality and oppression are things that still haunt the present. So it's that idea of the sins of the past haunting the present. There's a great YouTube video about this by Plastic, which I'll link in the show notes. There's going to be a bunch of references down there, but I this one specifically I recommend checking out. I think the concept has a lot to say about modern society. I don't think it's super relevant to the book, kind of like we already talked about, but I do think it's really interesting. The way they talk about it in the book is through the ways in which recordings of the past shape the present, that the music is played or reproduced in a spectral way where the actors that compose the music are not present except in this ghostly form from the past. So then that means interacting with the music changes the process it takes through transformations by material objects creating the sound in the club. So again, this amplifiers, the speakers, that kind of thing. And so hauntologically, it is absently present. It is a spectral performance of people from the past, which again, like you said, I think is stretching and also, again, I'm not a philosopher, but I think is stretching conceptually what hauntology is supposed to be about.
Yeah, and I again will reemphasize that I think the aspect that they are not present is more important than any sort of past aspect.
Right. Yeah.
Because I think not the exact same effect, but a very similar effect could happen if you had a band in a recording studio that was then being piped into a club, like downstairs, where what the people at the club would be hearing would be just, as far as they know, recorded music, right? They wouldn't know that there's a band playing it live because they have no interaction. They have no sight on it unless they are aware of it. They don't know it. And the band has no knowledge of the listeners, so they can't necessarily react and feed off that energy either.
Right.
So it's very similar to the recorded audio sound, despite being completely contemporaneous time-wise.
Right. I think we can. So yeah, I think what they're trying to do here is just set up that the fluidity of time exists and the ways that we interact with time can be through. So you mentioned like the people who made the music in the past can't react to us listening to it in the present, but we could maybe imagine what they might think of us, like what Peter Murphy might think of us dancing to his song at night. And I'm sure that's what some people might do. And so that's maybe kind of what they're trying to get at, of the way that imagination of a imagined or idealized, unreal past, or oppositely future, can interact with the construction of a social space.
Yeah.
Now we have this established network of interactions, which all of these theorists, I think, have been concerned with deconstructing of binaries, like object-subject, deconstruction of anthropocentrism, simple causal chains, or mechanistic epistemic understandings of the world. We just talked about hauntology, which to my understanding is concerned with deconstruction in general. So we get to this next section where they want to talk, or where they do talk about within this actor network, within this web of interactions, sticky nodes or sticky intersections in these social networks where agents are modifying other agents, like we talked about, through a series of actions. And then they describe that we have well, yeah, I guess before I get to that, they talk about how goth itself as an idea can be thought of as an actant, which is Latour's term for an agent that modifies other actors through a series of actions. Because again, he talks about, or in the book they talk about how non-material objects can also, like music, can also be actants or actors.
Mm-hmm.
So these sticky intersections are a convergence of actions that lead to friction or tension. And that friction is what creates these sticky nodes in the network. And that's caused by the way they set it up is dichotomies. And the examples they use are Western and Eastern musical scales, male and female vocals, syncopation and heavy beats, and in goth specifically, tensions of time and space, which they kind of add more nuance to this later. But initially, to me, it felt like they went from nuance to like really clearly like forced, abstracted dichotomies.
Not only that, but the musical example they used for almost in this entire section was Xandria.
Yeah. I didn't like that. It felt kind of forced, and it set up, it put a bad taste in my mouth to set up this idea of sticky nodes adding on to an already established actor network theory, which made me not want to like this idea. Like, I'm not necessarily against sticky anything, really. But
though, to be fair, it is better with lube.
Yeah, I agree. But it felt out of place to me. So they split this up into two different primary things for goths. So the first is time and the second is space.
Mm-hmm.
So time is an actant, right? So again, that just means an agent that modifies other actors through a series of actions. So they argue that, and I feel like I should point out again, I'm not a philosopher, so I'm just a sexy, empty-headed thembo on the internet. So take everything I say with a Google search or talk to a smarter person than me. They argue that goth music through lyrics, musical configurations, anachronistic references, and the use of nostalgia creates these fantasized pasts, whether through examples like bagpipes in Corvus Corax, violins in Dynalachayan, harpsichord in Soper Eternus, guitars from the Batcave, themes of ghosts and undeath, band names like Bloody Dead and Sexy, Blue Dangle. They talk about the dislodging of time, which we'll get into in a second. And so they set up the idea of past and present as adversarial, and then that tension creates this sticky node for the network, this social network. And to me, the implied tension here, which it doesn't have to be, but after reading through, and you can tell me if you agree with this or not, but after reading through their musical analysis of time in some of these songs, it seems like the tension is between industrial and trad goth rather than future and present within a goth song. To me, is immediately like, well, I'm going to jump off this train because industrial shouldn't be at this party in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't. I didn't feel what they made a good argument about this tension between past and present in really any of the examples they gave. And I don't really feel there's a particular tension between past and present within goth music.
Yeah.
When we talk about elements of nostalgia and things like that, and that could potentially lead down to a friction, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the most, I guess, popular friction between past and present is can kind of be viewed in our modern political landscape when we deal with this idealized past that is oftentimes a locus around which a lot of conservative ideals are based. This idea of the 50s, usually. But it's the 50s of the Leave It to Beaver TV show, right? It's the 50s of when you being the person in politics. It's the 50s of their childhood. And they conflate this childhood idealized world where the world was safe and clean and happy because they were in this bubble of protection by their family.
Mm-hmm.
And so didn't have to deal with the ugliness of
and the government,
debt and bills and all these things that make life a struggle.
Yeah.
So they're looking at that, and that's in tension with the reality of their existing life. And the tension leads to this desire to find out, why are things different? Why are things worse now in their mind? And rarely, like oftentimes tensions when in humans, not necessarily conservative or liberal or anything, just human beings in general, when we encounter a tension like that, we rarely look at the cause of the tension at ourselves, because we almost never want to see ourselves as a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of that tension is this idea that you've put on a pedestal, this mythologized past, and that's definitely what they're talking about in this book too. This idea of this fantasized, mythologized past and its relationship in the present. And the tension in the political sphere is one that you need to find a scapegoat for why things are bad. Why this mythologized past doesn't meet the standards of the grim and dark and terrible present. And so you look at external factors, you look at races, you look at immigration, you look at elites, you look at corporations, you look at the corrupting influence of wealth. I mean, it affects all people in the political spectrum, and everything is trying to find the scapegoat to reduce the friction between what we view as a miserable present and this idealized past that we seem to remember. So, I mean, that's kind of the biggest image that comes to mind for me when it comes to this friction of past and present. But I don't see that in Goth. There's a fascination with the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And maybe an aspiration to some degree about going back to the past, especially when you're looking at some of obviously the neo-medieval, though neo-medieval doesn't really feel aspirational as far as going back. It's really the neo-Victorian that really feels like it wants to go back into the past and live in this time of bustles and parasols,
or accentuating the present with the past,
right?
In some sense.
But I think I think what happens that makes it not frictive, right? Is
right,
because
exactly.
They don't want to go back to the past. They simply want to take the elements of the past that they like and integrate them in the present.
Yeah, queer it in some way.
Exactly. There's not this frictive element where they want things to change. I would argue the frictive element is expressed more in kind of the activist musical genres. That's, your punks who want to have that. We want this to be the way things are. This is the way society is. But we want to act as a mill to grind this gristle down so we can smooth it out and get things the way we want.
The second tension then is space, which we kind of talked about already. I don't know if you have what was I going to ask you? How physical space interacts with your experience of Goth. I think we kind of covered that already. I don't know if you have other thoughts on that.
Not really. What I wanted to mention specific to that was related more directly to music, and touches on something that really, well, there's an aspect of space and an aspect of technology that adjusts the way we produce music and interact with music. That was, I don't remember if it was initially introduced to me, but the book How Music Works by David Byrne, which I love and would definitely recommend to anybody who's interested in music, has a bit of a section where he talks about how playing in different spaces, whether it was at CBGBs or at a big arena, changes how he chooses to produce music and his interaction with his own songs.
Yeah.
And he will compose music differently if he knows it's going to be played at a club versus played in a larger venue and stuff like that. And then historically speaking, as I sort of looked into this and read about other things, and there were a couple of things that talked about how technology has adjusted the way we produce music, but not in the sense you automatically go down like, oh, synthesizers and whatnot, but just the idea of, changes in the space in which we experience music. So, going historically, you have cathedral spaces, very common for music, and you have the style of music that was common in that, which is something like a Gregorian chant, which is very slow and methodical, which is required for comprehension in a huge reverberant space where, percussive and fast sounds just get lost. If you tried to do, to stay with church music, if you tried to go to sort of a modern gospel style of singing in a giant cathedral, which has a lot of the sort of vocal melismas, those vocal acrobatics that you hear in an artist like a Mariah Carey or something, where it's a lot of runs and stuff like that. You try to do that in a cathedral, and it becomes this mess of a musical sound, because these little half steps and blue notes and stuff like that are heard at the same time as the main tone, and that becomes a dissonance that's unpleasant. So you can't have that sort of fast thing. Or, you put a rapper with a real fast, precise flow in a hugely reverberant space, and it's going to just be an ugly, terrible mess. Whereas you put them in a jazz club or a nice close space, and all of a sudden it becomes comprehensible and enjoyable. You can enjoy something like that precision that they mentioned with funk riffs in the Kiss Kiss Bang Bang thing. That's only possible when you have the ability to control the effect of space on sound, because that precision is marred if you can't control the way it flows through the space to the listener's ears.
Right. Yeah.
The other example of technology is the microphone, which sure amplifies sound, but if you look at historical vocal style before use of a microphone, the very big operatic style, compared to, I guess, to a modern emphasis, which has been sort of the very opposite end of the spectrum. It started with like crooner jazz and Frank Sinatra, which had that sort of intimacy because of the effect you can amplify, the nice little ASMR whispering that you wouldn't be able to hear on a stage, right? And then, of course, you look at something like Billie Eilish nowadays, which takes that to the nth degree. That's the furthest degree now of the very whispery, very intimate. She is in your head when she is singing to you. Yeah. And that's a much different connection. And that's mediated exclusively by the fact that a microphone allows you to have this sort of intimate timbre that you associate with, when you're cuddling in bed with a loved one and you're talking to each other, when your mouth is right next to their ear.
Whispering into my taint.
Exactly. That's what you're hearing from these artists. And that was not possible. That sort of expression was not possible back prior to microphones and speakers and amplified sound, at least outside of the context of somebody spooning you and serenading into your ear. So, I kind of just wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, no, that's
how
really
space interacts with things
really
like
important. I think that's all fantastic examples that are exactly what they're talking about. In this section, the example they use is how the event wave Gothic Treffen changes the space of Leipzig, and that the space of Leipzig changes the event wave Gothic Treffen. What I was thinking about in that vein is how the different crowds at the Metro, so comparing experiences at Nocturna, which is if you don't know, the biggest and oldest goth alternative event in Chicago, and Cold Waves, which we were just at recently,
which both you didn't mention, but they're both at the same physical venue.
Right. Yeah. Metro in Chicago. How those changed the space and were changed by the space. So the term they use in the book is mise en scène. However, it's French.
I believe it's mise en scène.
Yeah, something like that.
Or mise en scène. Yeah.
Which is a French term for like the setting, the objects that set the stage for a play, I think.
Yeah, it's primarily a theatrical term originally, is my understanding.
Which is cool that they, among other terms not in English, never define. So you just have to look them up, you dumb idiot. Why were you reading this book? So the different nights, for example, like Halloween Nocturna, which is coming up, at that event, the venue is bedecked in all manner of dark festive accoutrements. And even for normal Nocturna, you have the stage, which is decorated for Sarah's DJ booth with all these semiotic goth staples. You have vendors at the edges of the event that also have a lot of bats and spider webs and potatoes. Yeah. There's a photographer with a backdrop and bright lights on one side of the stage. You have a dance floor, which is full of spectacularly dressed patrons, people close by posing for the camera, right? Which just the fact that there is people having their photo taken and lights there will inherently change the way people act and change the space, compared to cold waves where none of those things are there. There are a lot more people. The demographics are different, right? I saw a few goths, but there were mostly industrial heads. The ages were different. Dancing was starkly different. There was a different vibe, a different mood, but it was all the same physical location. But all of those things added to the way that social space played out. There were still, because again, same space, so there were still normative organizations for the anchored material objects, such as the stage, the entrance to the building, the railing on the balcony, all of those objects that are still enjoined in these practices, but they take on different meanings and different tones and interact differently with the social environment between those two events. So for the authors, they say all physical objects at goth events become otherworldly. Again, it's one of those statements where I'm not sure how to take it, because on the one hand, they do make the disclaimer of like, it depends because everything is contextual, but then they make blanket statements like that. I would say like, it's not necessarily the case, because if you have a regular that goes all the time for years and years, they're going to experience that differently than someone who is going for their first time and is like, 18 years old. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't need to understand why they talk about that. Cause the only time I feel the space I'm in is otherworldly is when I'm actively involved in the dance and thus engaged with the song. And other than trying to keep at least enough presence about me to not whack somebody, I let the rest of the room just disappear. And I am in the music and moving with the music as sort of a one thing. And that's the only time it sort of becomes, the rest of the room becomes spectral. Other than that, the reality, the fact that these items, these objects exist in reality is what make the space to me. Mm-hmm. If they're spectral and hidden, I wouldn't be able to engage with the space at all.
Well, I mean, that's a different kind of spectral, but I think the reason they bring it up, or the reason why they say that it's otherworldly, is because they're setting up the idea in chapter 4 where the fantasy, engaging in fantasy through the imaginary, ironic imagination of Solar, which we'll get to when we get to that. But I just don't think, this is the thing, is they're like dropping seeds of, here's a little bit of a thing that'll make sense in 50 pages.
Yeah, the problem for me,
but the statement doesn't make sense on its own. Yeah, right.
Neither connected to me at all, but that's, maybe it's my subjective experience of goth, and maybe that is different, and maybe other people do connect to those things, but I disagreed with this whole formulation from start to finish, at least this thread.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. The tension here for space is between the mundane space and which again is like, okay, well, if everything is otherworldly, but it becomes otherworldly, I suppose. So the tension is between the mundane space and the desire for an undetermined elsewhere, sort of going back to how it becomes something fantastical through this creation of a social space, even though in a different context it could be mundane.
Maybe when they mean a mundane space, they mean the rational mind's knowledge that you are in a club that's on a street.
I think that is
and
exactly
it's just
what
a
they
building,
mean,
and it's
yes.
just there's this idea that it's a mundane space because you know it's a mundane space, but your
Right.
feelings, your sensations, because of the ambiance, because of the mood you're wanting to set, because of the fantasy as they're presenting it, you're wanting to create, rubs up against the fact that you know the space is mundane.
Yeah. And the problem with this creating these otherworldly spaces is, I'm going to expand on this a lot more at the end. I don't like this commentary with a complete lack of, and you brought this up already, but any sort of commentary on sociocultural or political relevance. It feels like a big oversight. It feels like a neoliberal perspective on all of this. I think it's something that specifically now the scene has been louder about, the political ramifications of being in the world, and just it's even explicitly political, like governmental things, but also just the way bodies are politicized and political. And specifically like how taking action right now creates change. And what you were saying, it's not all just about idealizing the past or imagining a future, but remaking the present into something that we can live in, rather than just being like, oh, look, it's like it's a D&D campaign, but it's cool and dark and goth, but like actually making so what is this quote that I pulled from the book? The question is not whether these spaces really exist or even whether they ever have or even could really exist. As argued above, goth narrative structures are centered much less on authenticity than on the friction between the here and now and the yearning for other times and spaces. The longing for an undetermined elsewhere is goth Heimat, however you say that, which is German for hometown, is replaced by Heimweh, which means homesickness. So homesickness is the actant in goth spatiality, and its function is the same as that of nostalgia in goth temporality. It creates the possibility of contrasts, conflation, and overlap, and with that it invites excitement as well as dread. Goth music invents other places like it invents other times. And they're going to expand on that a lot more in the next chapter, so we don't really need to talk about that.
Yeah.
They close out the chapter by bringing up a couple other theorists who kind of have talked about how music is an agent and interacts in social spaces in similar ways to the ant network, in order to basically, again, point out how the emotional resonance or affect engendered by music shouldn't be overlooked because it's critically important to the development of, in their terms, the phenomenology of goth. They do bring a bit of affect theory into play to talk about the impact of sensual perception, because these interactive relationships that bring forth the social reality are partly mediated by embodied agents. So subjective experiences, feelings, that kind of thing are therefore integral to an agent's continual becoming. I'm a little bit familiar with affect theory, mostly through 4EA philosophy, which is like part of enactment philosophy. We don't have to get into that much. They just kind of throw this in there and reference a few people to just talk about the importance of the emotional impact that music plays in building social spaces, which I think is important. But the main takeaway from this chapter is to talk about sticky nodes in the interobjective actor network around specifically time and place, with the actants being homesickness and and that they play a role in the creation of these social spaces. So we are moving on now to chapter 3, and this chapter is all about goth chronotopes, a brand new term. So we're going to talk about what these are. This is these are building on the SMASL network, which again builds on Ant. And the focus in those previous chapters was on those sticky nodes in SMASL. SMASL. Primarily, again, the ways that goth music dislocates time and space. And they say at the start of, I should grab my book, at the start of this chapter, they say at the start of this chapter that goth has unique and specific musical qualities and stories that shape its time and spatial actants. So before we describe what their categories of goth chronotopes are, we need to understand what a chronotope is in the first place. So the background on this I will try and provide as quickly as possible. It's a literary theory developed by Russian scholar M.M. Bakhtin, and it functions as an organizing principle for time and space in a narrative. Primarily in novels, as he developed it at least initially, though they talk about this in this book, and I've seen this as I was kind of doing some ancillary reading beyond this book. That theory has been expanded and built upon by all kinds of different theorists and applied to movies and other media beyond just books throughout the years. Though in this book, they do say, and I couldn't find much evidence, although I didn't specifically look, but they suggest that it hasn't been applied specifically to music. So that's what they're going to try and do here. The idea of chronotopes is that a story has, at the base level at least, has a story has a time and space intrinsic to it. A kind of internal logic and language functions to set and move characters through that time and space. So, as an example, how long do the characters of a story ride across the ocean on a pirate ship or whatever they're on? How big are the dimensions of that ship? That kind of thing that creates that spatial and temporal dimension. Bakhtin talks about major and minor chronotopes, which I think are interesting. They do bring that up in the book, but other than some metaphysical relevance, it's largely not applicable to what they're talking about, at least the specifics of what those major and minor chronotopes are. The important thing here, though, would be that chronotopes are or can be the grounding or organizing centers for many things, but most importantly, in our case, time and space. They, quote, may be interwoven with, replace or oppose one another, contradict one another, or find themselves in ever more complex interrelationship, unquote. That's from Bakhtin. So again, this parallels the interactive and reactive types of networks that we've been talking about. They also introduce the concept of transsubjectivity, which sounds very similar to Latour's intersubjectivity, but this specifically seeks to incorporate the dynamic relationship between the reader and the narrative, which then engenders a response. So essentially, it's trying to get at the weirdness of time and the experience that relationship creates between reading a book, where you might read in meat space an hour. So you have that experience of time, while you also have an experience on the literary journey that in the context of the narrative may span multiple days, or it might only span a few minutes, right? So beyond that, even chronotopes can speak to how concrete environmental dimensions can be used to teach moral lessons or uncover ideological commitments or reflect on social conditions as well. This was something I ran into other theorists talking about in relation to chronotopes. I thought that was really interesting and even potentially applicable to goth, but it's not something they talk about in this book, which I thought was maybe a missed opportunity to be able to speak to because in those contexts, it's always we're talking about ideologies and moral implications. So it's this sort of socio-political analysis of being in the world. And I think that's something they totally miss out on that is relevant, in my opinion, to goth. that they don't put into this book, but I'll get to that later. So then they go on to talk about various ways music can relay time via the theorist Jonathan Kramer, who was talking about how musical time can be linear or non-linear, either take you on a journey from one place to another, or start at one place and bring you back to the same place, which without having any kind of end goal, but being more of a wandering experience. So sort of the way there is an internal time to music. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that, but that's just kind of their beginning to apply Chronotope to music in one sense, specifically time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not a whole lot.
Right.
I mean, that makes sense. I would argue a lot of music does tend to do the more non-linear, given a lot of music isn't really, or the majority of music isn't necessarily a narrative thread. There are plenty of story songs in all genres, and those are going to be more the linear style. But a lot of, I mean, music is linear in itself because, as you understand musicology, there's a flow potentially as it moves from verse to chorus, etc. But as far as the lyrical content or the thrust of meaning, doesn't always have sort of a linear flow.
And then they talk about musical space and both how music can evoke space and how space can affect music. So on the latter, how space can affect music, it's similar things that we've been talking about previously, I think. So whether you're listening to music on a phone, if people are having a conversation when music is playing, how far away you are from the source of the music, the speaker, if you have headphones on, if you're in a carpeted room, if you're outdoors, if you're in a large music hall. You talked about this a bit, or quite extensively earlier, actually. That physical space will impact the sense of space that the music invokes. And then as to how music invokes space or evokes space, they talk about musicological properties. So the original recording space, effects that are applied to the music, reverb and delay. They talk about imploded sounds, which are environmental sounds like footsteps or rain or coffee shop noises. They talk about sounds that are associated with certain places. So like church organs, that kind of thing. They have a whole bunch of pretty lengthy analysis of that kind of thing. But essentially the point is to show that time space of music is similar to the concept of chronotopes. It sets the stage upon which the narrative landscape of music plays out. So what they do then is come up with 5 goth chronotopes, which for them are what the goth genre, or what goth genres are built upon. And I figured to introduce this, it would just be better to read, I think it's probably maybe three paragraphs of text where they introduce their 5 goth chronotopes.
One further layer of complexity is added by what one may refer to as the transmedial dialogism of goth musical chronotopes. While the qualities of goth music and their tensions form the substrate of goth chronotopes, the substrate is filtered through and shaped by shared perceptions and understandings of goth music and literary and cinematic genres, as well as personal associations. Our contention, one developed in greater depth in Chapter 4, is that goth fans and listeners bring to bear shared knowledge of goth, as well as literary and cinematic genres associated with the goth tastes. Among them, gothic romance, horror, steampunk, fantasy, folklore, and science fiction. Upon goth music, in order to flesh out goth chronotopes in which fantasy narratives can be enacted. The qualities of each goth song will provide a range of associations, some idiosyncratic, others widely shared among members of the subculture. The temporality of music and the chronotopes constructed by listeners thus are outlined by 2 entwined vectoral forces, the musical laws of tempo, rhythm, melody, and harmony, and, with and through those, the associative traits of memory, affect, and identification. Goth music encompasses a variety of different substyles, ranging from old school to future goth. Despite the differences among these styles, goth's musical qualities and lyrical content insistently convey a sense of dislodged time and dislocatedness in space, the insistent, quote, longing for an undetermined elsewhere of nostalgia and heimweh. Borrowing from and blending with other sources, including established literary and cinematic genres, goth music undoes space and time and expresses this longing through a repertoire of 5 primary chronotopes, which we will refer to as the goth chronotopes of the intimate past, intimate future, expansive future, and dislocated present. These time spaces can be visualized schematically using a scatterplot graph on which the vertical axis represents time and the horizontal represents space.
Essentially, they recognize that music is personal and contextual and will have complex interactions and effects depending on the material organizations and intersubjectivity, personal interpretations, and so on. But they also argue that those musicological and associative traits of goth music create a grounding for some specific setting. So you listed those. What are they? 5?
Yeah, 5 goth chronotopes.
5, where the 5th one is split into 2.
Kind of.
Weirdly.
I mean, they didn't really mention it in the blurb I read, but they do expand on that later.
Yeah. So those, again, were the intimate past, expansive past, intimate future, expansive future, and dislocated present. So we'll kind of break those down a little bit. One of their points is that goth music is based around absence or loss, which provides room for nostalgia, kind of going back to the Hauntology thing. Nostalgia or a reconceptualized present or an imagined future. Oh, I had kind of a counterexample where I was thinking about how to point out the relevance of context to personal experience and your own what you're bringing to the moment and to the social interaction, because when I was at Cold Waves, because of my life situation, I needed to really focus on being in the present moment and staying away from the anxiety of the future and the pain of the past. And so every part of myself was in that present moment. And it's also something that like I work on in therapy and is related to my mindfulness meditation and that kind of thing. Because I knew also I'd be seeing our friends from We Have a Technical, and this going to Cold Waves itself is a pretty rare thing. I have only done it a couple times before. So I wasn't there to be part of a, imagining I'm in a absenthery in the 1800s and I'm a dapper vampire that's, masquerading as a mortal to fool the peasants or whatever. I was there. Every part of myself was in that moment. And so that was just like a different example of that. And then to the music thing, again, there's just this sort of, I feel like there's this missing piece where we'll talk about their chronotopes, but I think they're missing out on an actionable present or something to that effect, where you have goth music that is around, I have this example of a TikTok from Dusty, a Vision Video, who just wrote this song about Trump, which is very contemporary and about taking action in the present. And, all these other goth bands that are singing about modern social and political issues like Otzi, Tears for the Dying, the Bellwether Syndicate Dist, Secret Shame, Die of All Strain, Virgin and Veil, Totenwald, Stern, Hapax, This Present Moment, etc., etc. And so this is going to be just kind of a running complaint that I'll crescendo to in my overall thoughts at the end, which I keep saying about this, that I think they're missing an important aspect of goth, especially currently, but I think a strain that's always been present. So. They're chronotopes, though. So to a large degree, though not, there are some nuances here that I'll mention, but to a large degree, they sort of fit into genre that you would expect, right? So the expansive future, well, sure sounds like future pop to me, and yeah, you would be right with that guess. We haven't really listed their 12 songs, but I'll list the ones that they mention in these Chronotope examples here. So the intimate past, they say, as far as genre is concerned, is going to be medieval and pagan bands like Quintal, Dead Can Dance, etc. The song they use off their list is Soper Eternus's Ich wollte ein Haus in den Garten. So bands that blend classical instruments with more modern ones. The expansive past, where we have some of this genre blending. So primarily it's neo-medieval bands like Corvus Corax and In Extremo. From their 12 tracks, they use Triari's Fatalist and Omnia's The Well. And then the sort of outlier example is The Beauty of Getmina's Suicide Landscape, which is a different genre.
It is, and I thought that was an interesting why they put that one into the expansive past chronotope.
Right. They would kind of have to. I think I don't want to say that they did it because of this, where they're working backwards from their theory, from their conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
But they would kind of have to, because they do say chronotopes pre-configure genre. So then if you say that and then your chronotopes all perfectly match genre, then it's kind of like, well, okay, you said it, but it doesn't actually work out that way. And then you can level the complaint of the like, well, these are just the goth stereotypes that you see on Pinterest, it's like,
mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess my main issue with it is they put it in the expansive past. I mean, I have issue with both past and expansive in that sense, but more the expansive than the past. But they call it expansive because it's talking about this vast landscape, right?
Right.
And that makes sense in sort of a literal sense, but the vast landscape is an internal landscape. It's within one being's internal existence. They're not within this landscape. They are introspecting, and their mind, they're in this sort of lonely, empty void of the suicide landscape. And being an internal monologue thing, no matter how big the empty space that avatar is living in, always feels like it should be part of an intimate whatever it is, to me.
Right. Yeah. I can agree. I can see both sides of it. And I mean, again, it goes back to your earlier point about it's a quantitative or qualitative science, rather than a quantitative
right.
one.
And as they point out, and you've pointed out, there's always that subjective of what the individual listener brings to the mix.
Right.
So a listener I as a listener bring it as intimate. Another listener may not, may view it as expansive or something else entirely.
But still, yeah. Well, I'll say it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we have the intimate future, which takes cues from sci-fi and horror, including bands like Converter, Ashy. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that. I've never actually heard someone pronounce that band.
Let's say it's either Ash or Asha.
Sure. Yeah.
Converter,
I've listened to them
Asha
for years, but
yeah, it's Converter, Asha, and Morgenstern are the three bands that all make up that song In Hell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes, In Hell, which is from a compilation from I don't know what the record label was, but yeah.
Probably
but
my
that's one of
surprise discovery in this list of 12. I really like that track.
Oh yeah, I've heard it before because I used to be really big into noise and electro and that kind of thing. So I had those songs and had many of the albums by those bands. Yeah, I enjoy that one as well. But yeah, that's one of their 12 tracks is In Hell by those three bands. The expansive future is about apocalypse, or just the impression of a vast and expansive future. The examples off their 12-track list include Combi Christ's Sent to Destroy and VNV Nation's Joy. And then the dislodged present, they split into two sub-chronotopes. So the first is the timeless present. This type of song is usually created through some supernatural element. It stands in contrast to our standard historical chronological time, in that the present is unmoored and becomes the present in perpetuity, much like a vampire may experience time. And of their track picks, they include Xandria's song Vampire and Daniel Kain's song Slowly Comes My Night, along with Nick Cave's song Red Right Hand. And so, again, there's some genre mixing in this category as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, the second subtype for this is Weird Present. And these are worlds and times created by music that are of our present moment, but made otherworldly by some fantastical element. So the two songs they use are Dead and Buried by Alien Sex Fiend, which they say introduces a science fiction element, and Kiss Kiss Bang Bang by Specimen, which is a chaotic spectral cult film present, as they put it.
Yeah, those two just kind of felt like I don't know where these go. Let's make this thing.
Yeah.
Put it in here. That felt like a box manufactured to fit these two tracks that didn't really fit in the other chronotopes clearly.
Which is a bad sign when those are the only clearly identifiable goth songs.
Yeah, pretty much.
So then they close with a quote from page 104. Let's see what. Musicking is thus a shared process of world building in which qualities of the music provide the mise en scène on which musical subcultural narratives are then staged as listeners shape contours of that world in light of connections to other songs and transmedial associations with film and literature. It thus becomes clear how and why the nostalgia of Heimweh, discussed in Chapter 2, can be conceived as sticky nodes, temporary entrapments in Goth's interobjectively induced realities. I don't remember what I had to say about this, but do you have any thoughts on Chronotopes? Basically this whole chapter.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I found Chronotopes a really interesting concept. I think it is stretching it a little bit when you apply it to music, but not to a breaking point. I think it's a valid thing that you could apply to music, but I think it's a little bit harder. Mostly in my mind, at least, because chronotopes are very, very dependent on the concepts of narrative structure and flow. The places in which narrative occurs and the way the narrative flows from point to point to point is as the time and the space aspects of a chronotope. A lot of music, as I said previously, doesn't necessarily have a good solid relationship with spaces or times within the music itself. Now, obviously, they like to mix the experience of listening to a song with what it is within the song itself, musically speaking. And of course, listening to a song is very intimately related to both time and space. But as they pointed out with the comparisons of reading a book, and you read in physical space for an hour, but the time in the book may go for days to minutes. And that makes sense in a narrative, because usually it's very rare, except unless you're getting into experimental literature or even in film, that time spent experiencing the art isn't matched by some sort of a time spent in the virtual world that you're reading about, witnessing, whatever. There are, of course, experimental films and books that do decouple that to some degree. But music, it's harder to say, because like I said, story songs, yes, you have a sort of a narrative flow that has temporality and that is placed in a context of a space. But a lot of stories are sort of this intangible expression of feelings that aren't necessarily narratively based. They're just they're almost like a little snapshot,
Mm.
which doesn't
Mhm.
necessarily have a concrete space which you can
Yeah.
ground it in, and don't
You
necessarily
can if you
have a
try hard
duration.
enough, apparently.
Yes, you can, but don't really have a duration either. They might have a duration in that maybe the whatever happened that caused the snapshot to occur happened in the past, and we're now thinking about it, reflecting upon it, something like that. I mean, like the Cure's Pictures of You type thing. It does talk about time a little bit. I've been looking so long and all that. But
Mhm.
what does that mean? That's not really anything concrete. You can't say that this time has passed in Robert Smith's as he's been gazing upon this picture of you. What's the time between when a picture of you was the reality of you? What is that difference? What is that distance? It feels like it's been a while, but who knows? Maybe it's a recent heartbreak. Who knows? So it's not really clear. And it's not necessarily that germane to the core of the song. It is talking about, loss and reminiscing, and it is about the past. And to put it in a chronotope, probably an intimate past,
Mhm.
because it's dealing with one person's relationship with
Mhm.
one person, ostensibly.
Mhm.
So it could fit in that, but it doesn't really have that same sense that a movie or a book would, if dealing with a similar topic. They would have it more explicitly, typically laid out with a clear time and space dimension. So I thought that was where it sort of becomes a little bit of a strain, but like I said, not to a breaking point. I think it does make some sense, but my main takeaway coming from this is that, I'm looking at the 5 chronotopes, comma 6 if you count the 2 present ones, and I kind of feel like the majority of what I would consider goth music lives in the 2 present tense
Yeah.
ones.
Mhm.
They will reach, it sort of lives in that present with a little bit of bleeding into the past, very rarely bleeding into the future. I can't necessarily think of any obvious ones that are like, oh, I can talk to this exact one that sort of goes into the future.
You're
But
thinking beyond, not from their book. You're just from your own experience.
right.
Okay. Yeah.
From the book, we have our own problems with their 12.
Right. Yeah.
Their 12 that they pick and how they put them in the chronotopes, I don't have any great objections to. Some of them, like I mentioned, with the Sober song, or not the Sober, the Suicide Landscape, Dinah Lacan.
Mhm.
Was that Dinah Lacan? Which was
Well,
the Suicide
which
Landscape?
song? Suicide
This,
Landscape is Beauty of Gemina.
oh, the Beauty of Gemina. That's right. So that one I mentioned as having, a bit of a critique about it being put in the expansive versus the intimate. And I think that is the subjective aspect of what is considered expansive versus what is considered intimate, especially when you're dealing with a non-present context, when you're dealing with looking in the past or looking in the future, and what those snapshots are, whether it's expansive or intimate. That's a very subjective call. And, while I may view it as intimate, they're viewing it of expansive. They have a good justification for it. I can't say they're wrong. I just can say that I disagree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I like it, but yeah, I would say that what I would consider the majority of goth music tends to live in that present with a bit of bleed into the past, but not quite as much as they seem to want to make it.
And from my end, I don't really disagree with their analysis, specifically of the songs that they pick. And I think the chronotopes are fine as a framework for understanding this kind of thing. If I was doing this myself, I would throw them all out and obviously, again, work from the ground up, because they're starting from flawed data, like you said previously. As far as their breakdowns and analysis of the qualities in the songs that they use, I think they work fine for their chronotopes. I like when they talked about the nature of transmedial and musicological associations in music, and how that contributes to chronotopes, and that's fine. I generally agree that goth takes anachronisms and reinterprets or makes strange those ideas or if you're talking aesthetically, ephemera. But again, the problem is the music they picked. So I can only kind of look at this and wonder what would happen to this theory and this matrix in the book. You can't see it in the podcast, but they have I guess you would call it a matrix, but a diagram of a scatter plot. I don't know what you would call it.
I would just call it it's a standard XY axis, a 2D graph type design. And it's only a scatter plot because they would put an individual song would be a point within this 2D space. It'd be, close to the origin would be close to the present, since the Y axis, the X axis is going to be the present. That's the middle, where the past is the upper part, the positive Y direction, and the future is the negative Y direction. So that X axis is going to be all the present, from intimate on the left to expansive on the right. Top left quadrant is intimate past. Top right quadrant is expansive past. Bottom left quadrant is intimate future, and bottom right quadrant is intimate or expansive future.
Right.
So, it's a scatter plot if they'd actually put points where they're putting each of those songs.
Right. Okay.
And the value is that if it's further in one direction, it could be, you have a whole box that's the expansive past, and something can only be kind of expansive past if it's kind of close to the origin, the meeting of the X and Y axes, or it's really expansive past if it's at the opposite corner, right? The upper right-hand corner. So that's where it's a scatter plot. They never really plotted anything. They didn't plot any of the 12 songs explicitly. They just said which rough quadrant they belong in, which, given I didn't find it that valuable, was fine. If I did find it valuable, I would have rather had them actually physically plot 12 songs explicitly to know how much in the expansive future Sent to Destroy is compared to VNV Nation's Joy.
Yeah. Thank you. I vaguely remember that from the 2 years I went to community college now. So I if it was me, I think you can throw out the intimate and expansive future and probably the intimate past. And that's not to say that there aren't, kind of like you were alluding to, I think you could probably argue there might be goth bands or songs that would fit into those categories, but you would have to, and I don't necessarily pay close enough attention to lyrics in music these days to really give an example and throw them into those categories. But I think a lot of this is trash because of the data. So, but at this point in the book, I'm kind of waiting to see how they wrap this up.
One interesting thing that I thought about this whole Chronotopes thing is they were terming them Goth Chronotopes.
Yeah. Well,
I don't understand.
This is all goth.
I get it, but these Chronotopes seem like they could apply, if you're going to apply them to music, they could apply to all musics.
I think
could be pop Chronotopes. These could be folk Chronotopes. Those 5 that they do is pretty all encompassing when it comes to time, space, dimensional analysis.
Yeah. I think that if I recall, they say something in the beginning of the book that one of the objections is, well, this is applicable to all types of music. And they essentially say, yes, that's correct, but we are just specifically focusing on goth. So, but you can also apply this to other arenas. I think they say something to that extent. But it's, that the data thing aside, I think as I was reading at this point, I'm waiting to see if they're going to talk about clothing, about the sartorial, because they've hit at this point all of the major elements that, in my opinion, coextensively give rise to goth culture, which are goth music, aesthetic, other than aesthetic deviance, which we haven't gotten to yet, embracing darkness, which in the context of this book is related to the social and specifically the affective aspect of the social, as far as language they've used, like the absenthery example they used, and then community interaction, which has been a core focus of the book.
Right.
So, and also so far they've talked in around sort of next to how I see identity and more broadly metaphysically the world and consciousness and being brought into existence in similar ways. So I'm like, okay, let's see what happens. How do we wrap this up? Where is this all going?
Mm-hmm.
So then we get into the final chapter. They start by talking about Jacques Lacan. I do know a little bit about Lacanian theory in relation to identity formation, because this is something I'd read about in the past. I did a little bit of brushing up on him so I could provide kind of a background on his theories. Again, I'm not a philosopher, so I could be completely wrong with everything I've said in this podcast so far, and I'm sorry. I'm sure someone will write me an angry email. I do have links to sources in the show notes, so feel free to go off and look at those, or feel free to email me, and I may or may not get back to you. That said, I'll try and provide a little of what I know about Lacan, kind of in keeping with what we've been talking about. So, first of all, we've been talking about the relationship between objects and subjects, how, and specifically to Latour, how social realities are brought forth between those relationships. So for Lacan, objects are constituted by the parts and components that make them up. Subjects are constituted by what does not make them up. Because for Lacan, we build our identity in part on desire, the things that we want. So for Lacan, objects can't desire, and that's the delineation between subjects and objects. Desire, then, is something that capitalism can prey on. Just as an example, because it tells you to be yourself. And how do you become yourself? Capitalism wants you to think by identifying with consumerist culture, whatever, capitalism, consumerist culture, by identifying with a thing that you can buy or want to buy. So you use language to label yourself, and you signify that through projecting that language through images online. He calls this the imaginary. This experience of becoming linguistic, imaginary as in imagery, not as in made up or imagining. So Goth has an image, Subversive has an image. It's this linguistic thing. Language is a big part of all of Lacan's theories. It's a label and it has an image. So the image is a mirage. It's a fantasy. Again, going back to these, like nostalgia being something that never really existed. So it's a fantasy because it's used by advertising, for one example. It's desire in the imaginary sense. It creates what Lacan calls the ideal I, sort of getting into, this is his identity formation thing. You see yourself in the way you see others, like celebrities. You project yourself into that image, and then you chase that image, and you create this fictional self through signification. So going back to objects are fixed for Lacan and subjects are not, because our desire for the ideal I is elsewhere. It's placed in other things that we think we don't have. So Instagram influencers, for example, is where we place the ideal I, or advertisers, or this imagined ideal self. It's a simulacra. That's the word I'm looking for. So this is something we Lacan and myself agree on, is that what this all kind of leads back to is that there is no essential self. It is constantly being constructed. There's a lot I don't agree with Lacan on. We're sort of talking about Instagram influencers and that kind of thing, and how identity is constructed. I would agree more with Dr. Moeller's profilicity theory. There are some clear crossovers between the two. I've talked about that on other podcasts, though, so I'm not going to talk about it here. So Lacan thinks we aren't happy because we're trying to become the idealized I, trying to achieve this celebrity lifestyle that's sold to us without realizing those same celebrities are just as anxious or depressed as we are. And this desire to become that is formed in the mirror stage of our childhood, which we then spend the rest of our lives chasing. I won't get into more of that for the sake of it's not related to what they're talking about here. I think Lacan is interesting, and I wanted to give some background. So, but again, Lacan is complicated.
It is kind of interesting how still relevant he is, despite, having died almost 40 or over 40 years ago.
Yeah, I think
that his ideas still are prescient around our
Mhm.
existing media landscape and the way the world the world is built around instilling these desires in all of us.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's also very Buddhist, or at least Buddhist is sort of the anti-Lacan, I guess, would be the better statement. The thrust of Buddhism is
right
how to resist this and
yes,
find that happiness by basically bucking against the system that the world is trying to force upon us.
Mm. What they do in the book with Lacan, though, is where this is one of the things that confused me. And again, this very well could be because I'm misunderstanding Lacan, but this is one of the parts where I was reading this and it felt to me like they were using Lacan because they liked Lacan, but it didn't really fit with what they were trying to do overall in the book. They're trying to make the ultimate point that Goth is interested in transcending death in this portion. That we have these chronotopes we talked about, and they include the aesthetic in this section as well, that they start incorporating into their theory, specifically around transcending death. So they start talking about how Goths try to look dead, except, and this is, I think, an important point, they use the language of cadaverous white face, and later on they just say white face as all one word. Mm-hmm. Which if you have listened to specifically our Goth Praxis episode, but just the podcast in general, you'll have heard us rant about why using that kind of white centric language needs to stop in reference to Goth. And coupled with the problematic bands in this book, it felt extra bad. But it also feels sloppy in context of a theorist like Lacan, who spent so much time framing his theory in semantics or language and the use of language. So it was, that disappointed me. But the way they use Lacan, and they're talking about how Goth music revolves around defeating time and death in some form. And one of those ways is this liminal space between real death and symbolic death. The way they frame this is with Lacan's The Real, and they say the real is physical death, and then symbolic death is this other form of death, the removal of a sense of self and a loss of that sense of self, essentially, is I think I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, they're mentioning ego death and things like that.
Yeah. The real, so they talk about the real as physical death, which is strange to me because I've always understood the real as being described as the abyss, something that exists beneath our understanding of reality, the absence of the stability of our perceived everyday reality of structure and rules. So experiencing the real is to experience a complete loss of meaning and context and purpose. It's like a step beyond nihilism, a complete absence. Whereas as thinking beings, we need that sense of structure to imbue meaning in life. And because Lacan was a psychotherapist, the real was something he talked about in the context of experiences, traumatic experiences, and then neuroses, where neuroses would stem from, was that from that experience, or not traumatic experiences, something like drug-induced ego death, something like that. So I guess physical death could fit into there because that is complete death, but I've never really heard it framed that way. Maybe it's in one of his books that like I haven't read or something. But it felt to me, this section, like they took such a minor aspect of Lacan's theory and in like this weird roundabout forced way to get to a point that they wanted to make, that they didn't need to do it that way to make their point, and just because they wanted to talk about Lacan kind of in the way where like in a PhD thesis or just a paper that you have to write where you have to meet a certain word count, and so you start throwing in all this random shit that doesn't really have anything to do with anything just to meet your minimum word count. And so it felt wonky to me. They talk about Zushui. I was listening to, how the fuck do you pronounce that?
My guess would be Je suis, but it's only a guess.
I watched so many YouTube videos about this and heard it pronounced so many times, and of course, when I have to say it, I can't remember it. They talk about some other of Lacan's work as well, and it feels equally wonky to me. We won't go through it because it's not immediately applicable to their broader point, but it was worth bringing up, I thought. So
I guess the thing I found kind of interesting about that whole discussion about, Goth's interest in death. I've never really seen much about transcending death. I mean, yes, we mythologize things like vampires, yada, yada, yada. And that is ostensibly a symbolic representation of transcending death while remaining in the world. Whereas, traditional religion, transcending death is all about, the afterlife or a reincarnation, something where death is not an actual end. And either it's a doorway to another existence, or it's a beginning ending of a cycle that keeps going. But I don't know, a lot of goth music doesn't really, as goth music addresses the concept of death, which is pretty common, it seems to be more about transcending the aversion to death, or not the aversion to death, but the aversion of contemplating death is what you're transcending.
Confronting, yeah.
Right. It's confronting the concept of death. It's saying, hey, there's this thing called death. And in the societies that, Goth arose from, that most of the founders of Goth and a lot of the people who are, who started the subculture, these societies are ones that have a very strong aversion to confronting death. Death is something that everybody kind of acknowledges happens, but only if they have to be forced to acknowledge it. It's mostly something that's just not talked about. It's something that, will happen you'll experience sometime when a loved one dies or a pet dies. But other than that, let's not talk about it. We kind of talk about it at a funeral, and even then you talk around it. And that's kind of the underlying society from which Goth arose, being, European and American, Western European and American societies, which tend to be pretty averse to contemplating and talking about death. So Goth kind of bucked that trend by going, you know what, we're going to talk about this. We're going to confront it. We're going to discuss it. We're even going to embody it. But it doesn't feel like that embodiment is about transcending it, is about living through it. It's simply about confronting it. When you look at yourself in the mirror, when you look at the people around you at the club, you're seeing symbols of being dead. And you have to exist in a world where you're constantly seeing that. The memento mori is a focus of Goth. And memento mori is really the exact opposite of the concept of transcending death. If you can transcend death, a memento mori means nothing because you're not dying. Right. You're going past it. Death no longer means anything. And the idea of removing death, or removing the import of death, seems very contrary to what Goth's focus, in my experience, seems to have always been. So I definitely had an issue with that concept of transcending death, other than the very superficial view of, well, vampires are transcending of death and Goths are obsessed with vampires. Right. Full stop. It's like, okay, that's reductive,
Yep.
but I can see kind of where you're getting it from.
I agree. And I mean, they even at one point call the goth makeup zombie something. I can't remember the exact, I don't know if I wrote it down.
Of course, the funny thing is zombies are not transcending death, especially when they're dealing with the real death versus symbolic death.
Right.
Zombies are existence of the real death doesn't exist, but symbolic death happened when you lost your identity, when you lost yourself and became essentially a hungering beast that no longer has any individual id any longer.
Right. I think that the point they were making, though, was a supernatural transcendence of death in some way, because when we were at the end of the previous chapter talking about the dislocated present, and they were talking about the red right hand and Dynalakayan slowly comes my night, they were talking about some form of supernatural interference with time that unmoors it from our understanding of time. So then they want to, now they're introducing fantasy elements, which is what they're leading up to at the end of this chapter.
Right.
But I've never, ever heard goth makeup referred to, it was zombie something, but I've never heard it referred to as zombie anything for a goth look.
When you start including corpse paint in the genre of goth makeup, it does.
Yeah, it does feel like you were saying. It feels odd and off base, but it, to me, like much like with Lacan, it feels forced for the sake of trying to fit it into what they're trying, working backwards from their conclusion again, kind of thing.
Right. It's also very contrary to something that I expressed many, many episodes ago when we were talking about goth makeup. It was, in fact, I believe in the goth and aging episode, when I was talking about the goth aesthetic being one of, the sort of critique that we're, as goths, not confronting aging, in that when we do our aesthetic, we're covering up those markers of decay. Where a zombie look tends to emphasize the decay, right? It's usually open wounds,
right,
bleeding, sagging flesh, stuff like that. Where the goth look is very much sort of the post-mortem peaceful death look that a mortician aims at presenting a corpse in a casket.
Right. Yeah.
They want this look of, like a sculpture, a peaceful, the repose has not been violent. It has not been gory or unpleasant. The person is asleep, but it will never awake again. And that is the more common, not the only, but the more common aesthetic of goth, makeup styles. Right. It's usually very refined. It's not necessarily heavily gory. There are plenty of exceptions, of course, especially if you get into the more death rock and the more punky aspects of the aesthetic, where they do tend to go for a little bit more abandon, less refinement. But in general, it's still not what you'd expect at like a Guar show.
Yeah.
It is more closely related to, as the aesthetic of the vampire, sure, which is sort of the eternally young, or at least the eternally same age. Sometimes they revert in age, but usually it's just, like Anne Rice, whatever age you die at, that's the age you are for eternity until you're eradicated somehow.
Which I guess this isn't really relevant, but some of my favorite vampire narratives are ones in which they explicitly recognize that the notion of immortality is laughable, even if you're a vampire. And
not only laughable, but in and of itself painful. It's its own nightmare to never have that release of death. Death isn't, death is something to be afraid of when you are trapped in this mortal, very limited frame, right? But then once you break the shackles of that and have what is ostensibly eternity ahead of you, all of a sudden that itself becomes its own terror. And I agree. I like a lot of vampire literature that wrestles with that problem. Hence why we both love Only Lovers Left Alive.
And it's a direct, it's a direct mirror to our own experience, right? But
Mhm.
It is, some of the, well, there's two examples there. The one is where Lestat, Louis is talking about Lestat and saying he pursued him because Lestat was bored.
Mhm.
And then another example is some of the Vampire the Masquerade Let's Plays I've been watching are situations where you have younger vampires thinking, hey, I've got immortality now, and older vampires having this conversation about you are going to die, and that's something you need to be prepared for, because that's a naive perspective to have. Just because you won't die as quickly doesn't mean you're not going to die, and you certainly are. And so you still have to wrestle with being a creature that will die.
Mhm.
And yeah, but anyway, we're going to get off topic here. So if you
That's
want
what
to
we
read,
do.
that's, yeah. I mean, this is going to be a pretty beefy episode, so I'm trying to rein it in. If you want to read, so from page 114, this is going to start a couple sentences in.
The nature of a subculture is by definition social, and Goth involves communal interactions through which shared Goth understandings are constructed, circulated, and reinforced, centrally at club nights and live music events, rendering the meaning of a Goth or any song legible. Thus depends upon a process of thick description that observes, among many factors, the listener's familiarity and associations with, as well as impressions of the song's qualities and themes, the band, the generic substyle, and Goth subculture more generally. Central as well is the context in which the song is heard, including not only physical venue and event, but the listener's physical and mental state. The specific meaning of Combichrist's Sent to Destroy for each listener, for example, although significantly influenced by the Goth musical chronotope of the expansive future constructed by the song, will surface out of a thick stew in which sensory perception and affect are thickened by personal history, immediate context, and shared associations. This highlights the social extension of the SMASL network, as a variety of forces are brought to bear upon the listener's experience, including immediate context, awareness of social convention associated with musical substyle, related songs, wholly idiosyncratic associations, and centrally transmedial associations that provide templates for subcultural styling of appearance and behavior. The listener, therefore, rather than erroneously being perceived to be at the end of the SMASL chain, should instead be conceived of as at the center of a complex web of forces. Here, the listener serves as the contact point, and in Latour's terms, mediator for multiple chains of cultural transmission and signification. It is in this sense that Goth subjectivity is interobjective. The Goth subject is thought by the many actors that make up Goth social reality, whether these be human, non-human, musical, or spectrally present.
So there we have kind of bringing a lot of it together in their own words. I will say one of my contentions here is the way they recenter people, where we had that whole actor network theory at the beginning that, at least in my understanding and view, seeks to de-anthropocentrize our understandings of the world. And then they say, but we're going to put the Goth, the person, at the middle of this, which really bugged me. I did not like that.
I guess I don't really have a problem with that, because we are talking, I guess I viewed it as from the perspective of an individual. This is this is a description of the experience of a Goth. And I think they're still decentralizing the anthropomorphic by saying that the listener isn't only being affected by the singer and the members of the band, the other cohabitants of the Goth dance floor, their friends, their lovers, whatever. It's also being affected by the equipment that's generating the music. It's being affected by the space itself. It's being affected by the clothing on themselves and on the people around them, the ephemera, the spaces. So there are all these non-human, non-anthropocentric elements that they're still saying is affecting it, but it's centralized on this listener because they're expressing they're describing
The
how all of
listener's
these
perspective
things
rather than the
affect a listener.
speaker's perspective, the
Right.
amplifier's perspective or something.
Exactly.
I
Because
guess
they
it
can't really
makes
speak to an
sense.
amplifier's perspective.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. It just felt the way, I guess, yeah, I suppose the way they said at the center of the web of interaction felt more broadly applicable, where it felt like they were
Okay.
like, we have a non-hierarchical structure, which is now hierarchical. But if that's the intent, then that does make sense.
Right. I mean,
It just didn't feel like that to me.
We're viewing force vectors in two different directions, where I was seeing the center of the web as the center that everything is acting upon. I think you were seeing I'm the center of the web in that I am now sort of the puppeteer that's grabbing all of these, the individual, this human being is sort of grabbing onto all these things and using it to affect the world around them.
Right. I'm just more sensitive to that kind of language because once because language is generally always centralized on I am the thing that everything is acting upon, whereas the point of using Latour's language is to not say that kind of thing and to say,
okay,
to think of it, sort of have an intuition pump in a different, what becomes counterintuitive direction because we don't normally think of it that way. So it just rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, but I get what you're saying. So here is where, and I did write it down, it's zombie cannibalism, but this is where they bring, which is so stupid. They bring in clothing as a material object, which now they're including in their interobjectivity, which makes sense. It's been there the whole time. They just haven't talked about it. But this is where they talk about it. So they talk about the cyber goth look, the Victorian goth look, and then this is where they call the cadaverous goth look zombie cannibalism, which is in service of transcending death, right? Because cyber goth is this idealized future where we are projecting ourselves into the future, and then the Victorian goth look is projecting ourselves into the past, this dislodged time space, so we aren't in the present where we are actively aging. We are in this fantasized time, which we'll get to in a second here.
Mm-hmm.
And so they start to associate these goth aesthetics with their chronotopes, kind of like how I mentioned before. They get really close to just breaking down into these goth stereotypes that you see these illustrations of online, the ones that we make fun of baby bats for taking too seriously, or old heads feel like the joke has been tired since 2009. So they link vampires to neo-Victorian fashion, cybergoth to industrial fashion, historical clothing to medieval and neo-folk, and zombie makeup to trad goth. What they do differently, though, is they introduce a narrative element. So the chronotope of the medieval goth draws on fantasy worlds like Tolkien and D&D. That's the expansive past with narratives of mythical creatures and anachronisms and magic and ancient rites of times long past.
It totally doesn't, but that's okay.
I agree with you.
It's more, I mean, I'll give them some mythological, mythic, and, concept of fairy and concepts of, that sort of mythical realm that is debatable whether it's reality or not. But I think medieval goth deals more with historical past, and that includes the folklore of the historical time periods. It's not Tolkien-esque. It's not something where you've taken a completely unmoored fantasy realm that may or may not be Earth, as we know it, and moving into this fantasy thing. That's totally not where it goes from.
Yeah, I don't see even in this sort of neo-medieval and the dragon and D&D thing was weird. I don't see a lot of magic in D&D in that ever. And I mean, maybe, I don't go to a lot of the European or any, I don't know why I said a lot, any of the European neo-medieval, festivals, that kind of thing. I can imagine there might be a crossover with, for example, things I do go to here, like Renaissance festivals or fairy festivals. I can imagine there's some crossover there. And the way this book has gone, I wouldn't be surprised if they're combining these disparate subcultures into one to get to this conclusion. But because they don't explicitly make that connection, I can only extrapolate. But that's one example. That's the expansive past. They do that for all of these. They provide these examples. You can figure out where they go from with all these other ones. So then they close, and I'm going to circle back to that on my thoughts on that in a minute here. But they kind of put a pin in that and come back to it. So that's how I structured my thoughts on this. They close the book with more references to a whole bunch of other theorists. It's just like a fucking pinata of references at the end. I'm going to mention the two primary references. The first one is Esther Peeren, and then I'll save the other one for my overall summary, because that's the one where they bring everything together and where I really had a problem. And that returns to these fantasy elements that we just kind of brought up. So they talk about Peeren's conception of social chronotopes, which are performative, a la Judith Butler and Pierre Bourdieu, in that performativity is embedded in time space, and time space itself is performative, meaning that it is constructed through repetition. Oh, we want to read again, do we, Danny of the past? All right, I will read this.
Okay, quickly. I mean, I could.
It is in the middle, so all right, well, this is the one where it starts and stops in the middle of a big fucking paragraph.
Okay, no, you can read it if you...
In consequence with Peeren's analysis of social chronotopes in general, consideration of the Goth event as a social chronotope allows one to appreciate, quote, the way reality and subjectivity are always subject to mise en scène, unquote. The event with its particular time space constitutes the consciousness of the event goer. The event goer is thus thought by the event. Important parts of the social reality of Dracula's ball, or, to an even greater extent, the Wave-Gotic Treffen, are the recognition of shared difference and the acquaintance of internal distinction literally mapped onto the events through the proliferation of local social chronotopes enfolded with the major social chronotopes of the event. That is, event-goers share their identity as event-goers and thus an affinity for a general style of music, one we group under the rubric Goth, even as they acknowledge and, to varying degrees, accept the significant stylistic differences encompassed by that general rubric. That's their main thrust for Peeren's social chronotopes, which is fine. And I like it, and I agree with that. What's more interesting to me, though, is not in this book. Peeren, in her research, pulls from Karen Barad, who is somebody I actually really like. They're a feminist. What's their actual? They do a lot of stuff. I guess there would be a philosopher probably, but they pull from like physics and a bunch of different, probably a social theorist would be their title. I don't know exactly, but she pulls from Karen Barad's Agential Realism, and more specifically Barad's Intra-action, which is very similar to what I've argued on this podcast quite often, which is that cultural imagination, in this case, most relevant to the theory in this book, media like film, for example, and the material and social world are not separate or reflections of each other, but co-constitute reality. I guess music would be a better example than film, but they were at this point in the book talking about how media like film influences music. and Barad and myself. So the way I say this on the podcast generally is that there is no observer-observed dichotomy, but that's what Barad is getting at. In Barad's terms, they would say that there is an interference or interaction that marks differences in the effects. So I love this because interaction understands agency as not an inherent property of an individual or human, right? Going back to the no essentialism, anti-authenticity kind of thing. But agency is a dynamic force in which all designated things are constantly exchanging, influencing, and working inseparably. Interaction also acknowledges the impossibility of an absolute separation or classically understood objectivity, much like how we would talk about in scientific studies, which goes back again to that rejection of an observer-observed dichotomy, that you cannot observe either from a person or via an instrument or tool built to measure something without that interaction impacting the outcome of the measurement. So I like Barad a lot. I wish they had used them in this book, but that kind of comes back to my disappointment with where they went with all of their ontological musings that I was very hopeful for, that kind of collapsed in on themselves at the end. But Barad gets at the idea that there is an interactive relationship that co-creates the world. And their theory sort of dissolves or queers the notion of individualism and authenticity, because discursive practices and the material world co-constitute each other. So that's also similar to how Judith Butler would talk about things in that specific instance. So Dracula's ball, for example, the agents, organisms, and objects exist because of the interactions between each other. But yeah, so let's move on. Wrapping up the book, and I'll talk through the end of the book and my thoughts on the book overall. They start the conclusion of the book saying that Goth starts with the music, and, quote, Goth musical chronotopes give concrete shape to the desire for a world different from the one we inhabit, unquote. Which is wild to me, that they haven't spent a single sentence talking about the political nature or political potential of Goth. Not even from a indirect political position, like a societal norms perspective. And that conversation we've had it before. So I'm not going to go into like the ways that Goth creates social and political change. And I understand contextually what that sentence means as far as what they're getting at within the book. But it's absurd to me that you could write that sentence and then as a Goth and then not think, wow, we've completely missed something here, unless you're one of those neoliberal Goth is apolitical people. Not to lose half my audience. But I mean, and and then I think of, and it just flashes me back to the whiteface language and the problematic bands in the book, which it bothers me, right? There is a section, the only politically relevant portion of this book is when they bring up, I can't remember the name of the band. I think it was Omnia, but I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Triari.
Triari, there you go. Where they have a page or two talking about the main guy's defense of the use of Nazi propaganda in his music, and how he engages with history in his music in a way that is anti-racist, because it recognizes the danger of fascist ideologies by putting like Hitler propaganda stuff into the songs. And so it is supposed to make you confront your feelings about that part of history. And it's I think they fully quote his post in an interview. It wasn't his post. It was a response to an interview question where the interviewer asks him about allegations of him being a fascist because of that stuff in his music. He doesn't, I read it and I went and found that interview, and he doesn't really, I mean, you can argue, that's a whole other discussion, right? You can argue like, well, he doesn't talk about people who are just listening to the music and don't, you know, it's also part of German culture. It's music. They do talk about like, that's going to be contextually different if you're a native German speaker, if you are German, if you're not German. So that's a whole thing, but it's not linked in any meaningful way that I saw to their core theory about how social reality is brought forth. They don't make any claims about the political impact or potential that goth music or spaces can create, or potential disruption that those goth spaces bring forth into the world, the way that I've sort of brought up how alternative ways of being in the world can create new ways of being and minimize other ways of being in the world. The primary focus at the end is on shared fantasy narratives, and that's how they bring the whole story together. They could have talked about in their chronotopes the queer aspects of horror or the gothic, or the advocacy for bodily autonomy in post-punk roots of trad goth, or the critiques of capitalism in sci-fi, and that kind of thing. So I felt like this was a missed opportunity. I already sort of brought up how there are plenty of goth bands that are actively singing about in the music and talking about outside of their music, and sort of their activism, political issues, and then how ontologically, in the ways they're talking about these actor network theory, the way these spaces are brought forth, how that creates political change. I thought it was a missed opportunity, and the one place they talk about politics is to defend an artist that uses Hitler propaganda in their music, which I'm not saying isn't like worth a discussion, but it just felt completely disconnected from everything else. And
it's a matter of why is this the only thing
where
you talk about politics?
It didn't seem like it fit into anything really. So it just felt odd to me. Right before the end, they argue that goth spaces create this sort of imagined fantasy, a kind of pseudo-mystical, religiously subverted reality that participants partake in while knowing it's an artifice. This is where they bring in their second major theorist in the end of the book. So the short version is, the idea is, because we live in a secular society, we have to re-enchant our lives by engaging in fantasy worlds to fulfill that inherent need for religion. One of the metaphors that they, not that they use, but the theorist uses for this is watching a magician. We know it's a farce, but suspend disbelief in order to feel something magical is taking place outside of our mundane reality. So this is built on a theory by Victoria Nelson, which I think is all kinds of fucked up because it assumes human culture and belief is inherently religious. And so modern secular societies build into their narratives and lives a cosmology that is esoteric and transcendental the way religion is, as a replacement. So then she says it replaces those religious figures with figures that are out of what she calls demonology, such as supernatural monsters like vampires and werewolves, and horror figures like serial killers. And this is an expression. Only those were
fantasy.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. This is an expression of that repressed religious impulse. It bothers the fuck out of me because I have been dismissed ever since I left Christianity and became an atheist, the conclusions that I've come to based on philosophical and scientific evidence that I've followed have been dismissed out of hand by some religious people for this very reason, this very assumption that there is a innate religious need, because there is this, whether it's a Christian fundamentalist, immutable reality beyond what we experience, and so they'll say, you know, well, you didn't actually come to a conclusion based on evidence. You're hurt by people emotionally, and if you would just heal that hurt, you'd realize God exists. Or, you know, you're in denial of the ghost evidence, and if you would just, you know, whatever it is, it's a dismissal and refusal to accept someone existing and thinking, and I'm going to stop because
it's just a reason to refuse to believe in or refuse to acknowledge another person's perspective.
Right.
The perspective of the listener is the only perspective possible, and so everything that would diverge from that or anything that would contradict that is by definition delusional, and that's the perspective that individual, that type of individual, tends to come from.
Mm-hmm. And it gets to an essentialist view of the world, that there is a one pre-given reality, and it's impossible for anyone else to believe anything else, and if they are, they're deluding themselves. And it's just another way that this book disappointed me. But so what they don't mention in this book, which I found in Nelson's writing, because I looked up all of these theorists and read at least some of their work, is she says, we use this modern and secularized fantasy to, quote, locate our unacknowledged belief in the immortal soul, unquote, which again, I have all kinds of problems with. The parallel they're trying to get at with Goth and their theory here, though, is these displaced time spaces that draw on the imaginary and fantastic, so the far future or the distant past, for example, are acted out by participants as an escape from daily life. And again, for me, this is a fantastic way to ruin what parts of the book I was agreeing with and appreciating up until this point, by essentially, in my view, rendering everything myopic and toothless. Not to say that every theory needs to have a cosmology that answers grand metaphysical questions, but I think they've kind of cut themselves off at the waist here. So the problem I have is with what they base this on, Michael Soller's ironic imagination, which is based on the previous theory. So the ironic imagination is this idea that I mentioned to a degree already, that we engage from a secular perspective with spiritual enchantment, while agreeing it's an illusion for the sake of the emotional impact of that enchantment. So then Goth is this morbid or demonological mythos that we create through the interobjectivity of the ant network and the dislodged time spaces created by chronotopes, in order to, drumroll, experience a rich and enchanting fantasy world in a like-minded social atmosphere among a mundane and epistemologically quantified world. He argues that we engage in pretense, attempting to make these worlds come true through the use of ephemera and action, while engaging, ironically, by understanding these worlds are artifice. But he says through that process, we come to grow as individuals and learn more about ourselves. I haven't read his most recent book about this. I read an analysis of the book, and then I read his 2004 paper, which is older than the book, but what that book came out of, essentially grew into. That paper was called Modernity, Disenchantment, and the Ironic Imagination. I would think what I've just described is something a lot of people would agree with. I think I've heard similar sentiments expressed by goths throughout the years. I just felt, as a conclusion to this book, it didn't follow from the rest of the book in an ontological sense. It felt safe and like a flat conclusion and a step backwards. And again, especially in the realm of the political potential of goth, because we're talking about, well, all we want to do is escape the mundanity of the world and live in a fantasy reality, which is a problem. I think the conclusion doesn't take a stand on anything. I think despite the implications of the ant network, it doesn't push many boundaries, philosophical boundaries that it could have. What I argue for is basically that the bringing forth of these worlds that they are kind of talking about, except they're talking about fantasy worlds. But as we gather and create these socio-cultural realities, that we are actually creating the world, and it's not just disenchanted enchantment that Solar is talking about. But to go back to Judith Butler, who they invoke, that the performance creates or co-creates reality. And as we bring forth what it means to be ontologically through these networks of interacting agents and material objects, through embodied action, these alternative truths and alternative worlds, as they put it, are literally brought forth. They give rise to material changes and mobilize autonomous spaces of being and existence. So these, in my view, alternative worlds actively create change in the world by marginalizing other ontological enactments of being. That's what I would have liked to hear them talking about and the ramifications of that. The authors almost get there. They say we're using the ironic imagination to re-enchant the world, but the question I have is, to what end? They don't really answer that question. They say goth implicitly and explicitly critiques the modern world through this process of associative clustering, because we're building these narratives that reflect and reject our own. But then what? I didn't find an answer. So I went back to Solar's work, because that's what they're basing this on. And what Solar says is it means we are just becoming more self-reflexive. So he says we're using play as a source of inner enrichment through shaping your own norms, gaining a new perspective on the world. Whereas I would argue we're literally making change in the world, that we aren't just playing a game with the understanding it is a game. We are making the game real. We are creating measurable physical and social change. And if I was writing the book, then from there you could explore, okay, what kind of change is being made? And you can get into the socio-political side of things. Solar talks about how the ironic imagination is ludic, which means playful, how it's a ludic space for reason and the irrational to mingle. He says it's similar to knowing that you are dreaming while you are dreaming. And it's opposed to the dour reality of positivism and materialism. But he doesn't challenge those frameworks. So the only thing I can assume, unless he challenges it in his book, which again I haven't read, but I don't think he does, is that he agrees the world is positivist and materialist, which again I think is some of the things that people like Lacan and Latour are trying to deconstruct. But he thinks the world is like that. We're just pretending that it's not. And so I feel it's incongruous, the conclusion of this book, and that it agrees the world is pre-given and mechanistic and epistemically reducible, whereas I don't agree with those presuppositions. And maybe it's my fault for superimposing my own perspective onto the text and expecting something different. I really honestly thought we were building to a more exciting conclusion in the vein of a much more consistent and coherent experience in the book that we reviewed previously, Italian Goth Subculture, Kindred Creatures, and Other Dark Enactments. So it was a letdown for me. It felt like a safe conclusion, especially given the potential of the source material. It felt like there were just a couple steps missing to get there. And like they were edging me the whole time, and then it's suddenly No Nut November, and I just have to deal with that now. So I also have to just say, like, I recognize my metaphysics is not going to agree with many other people. So, get the book, read it. You might like that conclusion. I do hope the way that we talked about this book represented their arguments, and you can, if you agreed with them, you can still take that with you, even if you don't agree with what I'm my perspective. I will say it's funny because in that 2004 paper, when Soller is talking about the ironic imagination, which again is this idea that we engage in fantasy with the understanding that it is fantasy. He says he thinks it explains people who are obsessed with UFOs, government conspiracies, and angels, which I thought was hilarious because that statement did not age very well.
That seems like a very bizarre statement to make, because I've known lots of people who believe in all of those things.
Yeah.
And I've met very, very few of them who do so in a way that they acknowledge it's a fantasy of theirs. It's like, I've almost never met someone who says, yeah, I know this is fake and it's a fantasy, but it's fun. Like the previous example of going to a magic show with a magician, where you view it's artifice, it's fake, but it's a fun narrative to play with. I don't see, very rarely do conspiracy theorists come off as that, in my experience.
I do think there was a point in time where it was more playful and more, less about pretending that we were faking mass shootings and stuff. But
it's become much more, well, kind of nasty, I guess, but it's become much more common in today's society to have to confront these conspiracy theories without, traipsing into fringe spaces. Fringe spaces have entered the popular mainstream consciousness. They're on major news programs. They're, in political office, etc. So you can't really avoid them. It's not like you just, avoid going to the weird bookstore in the alley and you won't see the meeting of these crazy tin hat people. You can't avoid them at this point. I mean, it's a huge cottage industry for our media to take up these voices, amplify these voices, and use them as clickbait, but at the same point also legitimize. So very much not aged, saying that those who subscribe to this understand that they're farcical and fantastical. A lot of them, if not maybe most of them, literally legitimately believe what they espouse.
So my very final thoughts then are, as a book on goth overall, I think this is one of the most fun and frustrating books I've read because it is such a mixed bag. And on the face of it, there's very few people that I would be able to point to that would just agree all of the music played at goth events is therefore goth, or all of the genres listed in the book are goth, which makes it hard to recommend this book to people. It's also hard to recommend this book because it is so academically dense, and they really pick and, like you said, it's for a specific audience, but they also pick and choose what they want to explain and what they don't. Some terms they explain, some terms they just assume and that, I think, creates a very uneven experience. Some arguments are really fleshed out and some are brought up and dropped. Some don't seem like they have any connective tissue to the main argument, and then some things we brought up, while admittedly minor, again, I don't think they're huge issues, a lot of them, I just felt like could have been fleshed out more. The book isn't very long. It's only 37 pages or something. But it is so incredibly dense that I think the average reader is going to have a very uneven experience. So it's hard to recommend. I think it's still worth picking up if you're interested in this kind of thing. But it is a very niche audience for this book. So those are my thoughts.
So yeah, I think a lot of my thoughts pretty closely echo yours. I don't have as many critiques around the density and the depth, because a lot of that I just sort of glossed over because I don't have necessarily the background to fully understand all of it. But I was able to gather something from the book without necessarily going deep, though that
right
also probably makes my analysis of the book even more flawed. Maybe. It's hard to say.
No, I guess my so if it doesn't make sense to me why this is included, then it must be, okay, well, so they're bringing this person up. I don't understand how this connects to anything. So it must just be because I don't have any background. So now I have to go read about and learn all about what this person, proposed.
Right.
And bring that information into the book. Otherwise, I could read through this book and I'm somehow missing a critical component. And in a lot of these cases, we talked through it already. So you've heard all my issues and everything, but yeah.
Right. So, I mean,
I don't think I should have to do that, is what I'm saying.
That's fair. I mean, I don't know how much, you read a lot more academic literature than I do. My experience with what limited academic literature I've read does seem to make me believe that academic literature likes to reference things in the assumption that the audience has some foreknowledge, so that can just be alluded to and referenced without having to, every time some philosopher or theorist or so-and-so is mentioned, they don't have to give a quick synopsis of their core philosophy. They just say, oh, this is Lacanian, this is Latourian, this is blah, blah, blah. It seems to be my experience, at least, is that that's the norm. So it didn't feel that jarring to me that I'm reading through this and they're referencing things that I don't know what they're talking about, but I can usually read between the lines enough that I'm not completely lost, but I definitely understand that I'm missing a lot by the lack of, knowledge, even tangential knowledge of a lot of these thinkers that they reference.
I guess I might. So, well, I guess a couple contextual things is it. Well, first of all, it depends on the writer. I think this is I'm referencing specifically in relation to other academic books on goth.
Okay.
And of those, when a theorist is brought in, the relevant writings of that person are sufficiently explained to the relevance of whatever's being talked about, which I don't think they did a good job of consistently in this book. They did fine most of it, but there were just some, I think it's a nitpick, but
that's fair.
They could have done better because of the nature of what I was doing with this book, which was having to completely understand every aspect, nook and cranny of what they're talking about to be able to relay that information and provide context around it for the purposes of the podcast.
Right.
Made it really difficult to squeeze all of that in a couple months, which I think is aggravating my frustration to a degree. So take that with a grain of salt.
Sure. I mean, I can certainly say that having this discussion with you, the fact that you gave me the opportunity to pre-read your notes gave me at least a much richer understanding, or at least what I believe to be a much richer understanding of the book itself. Because like I said, there are a number of pages or a number of sections, like the entirety of chapter 2, that, I don't think it was entirely of chapter 2, but maybe it was chapter 2. I don't know. There was at least one chapter that I kind of I read, but didn't really read. It was just sort of, I saw all the words go by But I'm just like, okay, this, I think it was chapter 2 that we both talked about how, like, okay, they're talking about things, maybe it'll come to fruition. Let's give it a chance and let it see how they conclude it with later chapters. So there was a lot of that I just kind of glossed over, reading but not comprehending necessarily, until later I started to understand a little bit more of the gist. But then reading through your notes, hearing your explanations of things, and based on your understanding of some of these social theorists and philosophical thinkers, did give me a little bit more context. And that's really helped. And that's, one of the reasons I do enjoy doing these reviews along with you, because we both have different expertises that we can bring to the table.
I appreciate that, and right back at you. Because same with your musical knowledge is always a treat and a delight, and we certainly get that feedback from the listeners. I will say there is a discussion to be had, which we won't have now, but at least worth mentioning since we're talking about this. The old, and I think this is probably a direct quote from someone who I'm so sorry that I don't know off the top of my head, but the old, if academic literature isn't accessible, it is inherently classist, which is a important discussion in its own right. But in this 5-hour episode, not necessarily the space to have it, but something to keep in mind. And especially at the end of a 5-hour episode, which I did try to do my best to define and explain every term that came up as far as it related to the theory, but I'm sure this was still a dense episode and something that we don't really do anymore, or at least I try not to do as much anymore on the podcast, because I do want it to be more accessible, and I try to talk about my understandings of the world in language that isn't this. so
turgid.
Yeah.
So I think what it comes down to is, my main critique of the book is pretty similar to yours, and it does revolve around this idea of goth as the sort of escapist fantasy, which to me seems very bizarre and flies directly in the face of so many interviews and things that I've experienced with goths, who are, when news media or other authors or social theorists have interviewed goths about their interaction with the subculture and what it means to them. Very rarely do I hear people express the core of it being a sort of escapist fantasy, this idea of being able to escape from reality into this fantastic world that they can live in temporarily. But implicit in that is the acknowledgement that it is escapist fantasy. It is not real. It's separate from reality. It's a way to escape, a way to avoid, a way to hide from the real life that is a source of pain, suffering, boredom, whatever.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really, really massive misunderstanding. But I think that misunderstanding, just looking at that, what I view as a misunderstanding, also does a lot to me to explain their choice of primary events to use as exemplars of the scene, particularly the Vampire's Ball, because we've already mentioned that is not an explicitly goth event. What it is explicitly an escapist event. It's an event that's creating an other world based on acknowledged fantastical elements, based on the media of vampire literature and cinema as an artifice. It's not the conceit of it, at least as expressed on their webpage. It's not that these things are real and we're unearthing the society, right? It's saying that Twilight is fun. Bram Stoker's Dracula is fun. Blade is fun. All these books are fun. All these movies are fun. It's something we can escape into. We enjoy True Blood and all of these things. And doesn't matter which of these fandoms you are a part of, come to our event and dress as a character. So it's portraying attendees in a sense how cosplayers do their thing. And again, having spoken with cosplayers, and the underlying idea about cosplay is oftentimes I want to go and inhabit the world, the existence, the personality of a character that I usually acknowledge as fictional, but I just want to do that because it's fun. And a lot of cosplay is about inhabiting a character other than yourself. Now, when you talk to goths, or when you've listened to interviews with goths historically from the 80s and beyond, up to the modern day, they're always asked about, why do you look the way you look? Why are you wearing that? The whole, it's not Halloween drumbeat that usually gets thrown at us. And very rarely have I ever heard anyone say, well, it's just fun and I like to escape things. It's like, no, what's usually expressed is, this is me being me. This is how I'm expressing my inner being. This is how I'm expressing my inner life out in the world. And what I get from that and how I perceive it is that oftentimes the fantasy in a goth's perspective, to some degree, is the real world is what the fantasy is. The artifice of, as we derogatorily called it, normie culture. Mm-hmm. That's the fantasy. These strictures, these arbitrary ways in which society says we should look, should act, should be in the world. That is the fantasy. And we acknowledge we kind of have to go through the motions to exist in the world. We need to get our jobs, and we need to go out without being harassed, beaten, killed. So we put on some of that. We dress in the fantasy. We put on the costume to make our everyday life possible, bearable, because it can be hard, as many people in the subculture will tell you, if you go out into the everyday regular world without towing the line of what is arbitrarily deemed the norms. So that is what is the costume. That is what is the fantasy, this going out into the world because we have necessities. We put on the costume so that we can have a smoother, easier time of it and don't have to deal with all the bullshit. And that is sort of the inherent experience of the sort of outsider, right? The person who is always considered themselves an outsider. They were always the weird kid. They were always the person picked on or excluded for whatever arbitrary reason, because the things they naturally want to talk about, the things they naturally want to enact, whether it's appearance or behavior, is viewed as odd, is viewed as, in the benign terms, usually viewed as eccentric. Unfortunately, is also viewed as dangerous, whether it is in reality or not. And for the most part, in my opinion at least, most of the enactments from the people I've interacted with are benign. But it's been built up into this giant, scary monstrosity through, the Satanic Panic in the 80s, through the Columbine Panic in the 90s, et cetera, et cetera. There's always been this sort of panic that, it's cyclical. It goes around, targets different people. Right now we're targeting immigrants and quote unquote terrorists. But, there's always that sort of outsider mentality, that outsider, the scary outsider is constant drumbeat for all societies when it comes to just threat detection, sometimes from a natural organic source, and more often than not because somebody in power wants to distract from something that they're doing, or from the fact that they are in power and wants the masses to look somewhere else. A little bit of sleight of hand. But I mean, the idea is that going to a goth event, going to a goth meetup, interacting with other goths is a place where people who are viewed in their everyday life as outsiders, freaks, weirdos, eccentrics, or potential threats, don't have to wear the costume that they have to wear every day to exist in this world. They can remove those fantasy trappings of, the button-down shirt and khakis, the suit and tie, all those things that are artifices that society puts on us in this way to look what is deemed quote unquote respectable, professional, serious, whatever. All these things that, the constant drumbeat of the archetypal goth parent of growing up, becoming an adult, however you want to term it, is to a degree accepting this artifice that society has arbitrarily deemed the norm. And a lot of people I can just broaden this out to even more than goth. And this is also where all of those other genres that we viewed as not really fitting in, all of a sudden they do start to fit in a little bit, because a lot of the genres that are mentioned, whether they're goth, industrial, metal, punk, these are genres of music that generally, historically, and even to some degree in the present, though some have been glommed onto and given some degree of, I guess, normalcy in society, but they're generally outsider subcultures. Pretty much every one of them is an outsider subculture to one degree or another. And in that, we all have something in common. And I think that is sort of the common thread that means that they're not necessarily completely out of the ordinary to see or hear expressed at some of these shared events. And as we've already mentioned, these events are shared spaces because all of these individual groups are niches. We are not a large mass of people that can sustain a commercial endeavor that has to pay rent, that has to pay for electricity and bills and personnel, staff, DJs, promoters, etc. All these things cost money in our society, and we need to be able to support that. And if it's too targeted at one subgroup, it doesn't work. So they broaden it out. And they're broadening it out to all of these small outsider groups that they're then given a place in which they can let their freak flag fly, for lack of a better term, where they can be themselves without the same degree of judgment. You can never escape judgment, cattiness in all these subcultural spaces is definitely very much a thing. And we have the constant debates around gatekeeping and purity testing and all this stuff that can happen in those spaces. But a lot of those are defense mechanisms for people who are, again, considered outsiders. And there's a fear of being infiltrated, a fear of being shut down by outsiders who disregard our right to exist and don't want us to have these spaces to be safe. And this also includes racialized spaces for alternate sexualities and presentations of being, which again is why we've coexisted with those spaces as well. There's just a lot of outsider spaces happening all in these areas, and we exist in those spaces because those are the spaces that are more welcoming to alternative ways of being in the world. So the idea that this book puts in this end basically totally undercuts any of that, all of that, not any of that, totally undercuts all of that. And basically trivializes the experience of people who experience trauma in the world because of what are, within all of these theorists that they're referencing, viewed as artifice. Most of these theorists don't view the norms of society that have been agreed upon as being any more concrete than the norms of a goth space or a metal space or an industrial space. They're arbitrary norms that are socially constructed and agreed upon, oftentimes begrudgingly, by sort of a consensus, right? It's a social consensus that says this is the norm for this space. This is the norm for this type of whatever. And one thing that I've really been enjoying in the modern era is seeing a lot of that start to disintegrate a little bit. These silos, these spaces, these norms are starting to, fall apart. The walls are starting to crumble. The scary thing, though, in our society right now is we're also seeing the backlash to it. Whether it's, the rise of nationalism, when we're talking about spaces of national identity and nationalism being brought down, the idea of diversity, and then the nationalist backlash against that. We're talking about sexuality being brought down, the separations or the acknowledgement of homosexuality, of trans ideology, or of just trans existence. This idea that this binary that in Western society specifically has been sort of the norm forever, as far as the popular drumbeat wants to portray it, is being broken down, and it's confusing and it's scary to a lot of people. But those are things that, people in these subcultures, goth being among them, have been expressing for decades. And even the plenty of subcultures that come before goth have been expressing this. Obviously the LGBTQ community has been long before that, but there have always been these outsider communities across nation, across culture, across time, that have always been sort of sidelined and acknowledged as, that sort of weird thing that we don't really pay attention to, and in times of strife will crack down on, because there are convenient scapegoats, convenient place to drum up the frenzy of the mob. And we're seeing some of that break down, and I'm really liking that in today's society. But it is scary, because we're also seeing the rise of that mob that's being marginalized now and aren't used to it. The people who have viewed their existence as the norm are now seeing more things that don't meet their expectations, are bucking what their expectations are. The idea that giving these other people voice, giving these other people power, is existing in the zero-sum game, and it's taking it from me, and that's an assault to myself, without the acknowledgement that it's simply preventing those individuals who were in power, is preventing them from assaulting others in their just normal existence of life. Definitely have sort of this optimistic view of how things are progressing, but it's scary, and we're at a precarious edge in society right now, and I don't know which way things will fall, whether we'll fall back into the conformity of the 70s and 80s, as we kind of did when the similar thing happened in the 60s. So the question is whether we'll cycle out of this moment of diversity and free expression and go back to a button-down 70s and 80s, or whether that sort of hope of this open, more egalitarian, more welcome and accepting society will actually take root this time a little bit more strongly and not be driven back into the underground, to create a whole new, crop of subcultures that are heretofore unknown. What will be the goth and the punk and the metal outgrowth if this particular moment in time gets driven back underground again? I don't know. I hope I don't have to find out. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope somehow society can figure out a way to create a balance and not force the weirdos back again. But, being one of the weirdos, I'm inclined to, desire for that, right?
And of course, I'm going to say it's not the indigenous person or the queer person that's taking power away from a privileged white person. It's the billionaire. It's the ruling class that are atomizing, that are telling us those lies to atomize the working class against each other and avoid the guillotine coming for their heads. And it's really those people that hold all of the wealth and all of the power that are taking a better life, whatever a better life means for you, away from you. In contrast and support of this book, and on an actionable note, the solution is these creating social spaces, organizing people.
Mm-hmm.
And I say in contrast to, because their organization ultimately, as you said, right, as we said, results in fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
which is not what we want. That's not how you ultimately create what you're talking about.
Right.
How we bring about what we want. But the organization, bringing communities together, creating action, creating spaces, creating community, getting to know people, that is what brings about the change that we need.
Right. I mean, this idea that it's a fantasy is basically, in my mind at least, putting the outcast back in their box.
Yeah.
Putting the goth back as a Halloween costume. You know, there's a time and a place, right?
Mm.
You can play with that idea, that presentation, that way of being in these very confined spaces, you know, underground clubs, office Halloween parties.
It is, I mean, it feels very neoliberal to me,
subculture.
very commodified, very atomized, very on our terms.
Yeah, I mean, it's explicitly stating that the world is conceived by this normality, this consensus normality, is the literal concrete objective real.
Yeah.
And then this alternative way of being expressed by these subcultures is a fantasy, and that it's almost, I'm going to bring Jordan Peterson into it. It's almost like Jordan Peterson does to atheists when he says that, no,
right, yeah,
you're actually religious.
Yeah.
They're saying to the goth, no, you're actually normal.
Yeah.
What you say you are, what you say your inner being is a fantasy. It's false. Based on some arbitrary metric, you're really normal. You're really a regular person. And I'm going to completely disregard what you say because I think you've just got caught too much up in your fantasy. And you need to come back to earth and become a productive member of society, become a cog in the machine again.
Right. Which is not what this book is saying in that sense, but
it isn't saying it, but it is saying it. is the problem. It's not explicitly saying it. And I don't even think they intend to imply it, but that's what I feel from it.
Mm-hmm.
When you start talking about a whole group of people's existence as a fantasy, and then saying to them that, oh, and you know it is too, is so reductive and so incredibly problematic in today's world.
A generation of people who watched movies where the goth turns into a normal person at the end and becomes a productive member of society.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry, I derailed you, but yeah.
No, that's okay. I mean, I'm kind of winding down here, but I guess to kind of touch on the religiosity aspect too. I know you had a problem with that. I have even more of a problem with that because I have never liked even the trappings of religiosity.
Mm.
And I acknowledge that they have value to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
The ideas of the explanatory nature of origin stories, the comforting nature of community, and the comforting natures of ritual and that sort of thing. I guess I can't really protest about community. I'm a big fan of the comforting nature of community. And that's one of the things I've been talking about here, is that all these groups, even though they're not all goth, do constitute a community of a sort. Not always a cohesive community. And there's plenty of, like I said, drama and cattiness and backbiting and stuff like that. But that's just natural within a community. But it's a found family, a found community, a place to be oneself. So the community aspect, I'm definitely all for. But the idea of ritual, I know people find it comforting. I dislike ritual to a very strong degree. It's one of the main reasons I don't enjoy religious services and things like that, is that sort of the ritualistic aspect of them. It's one of the reasons I, as much as I like hanging out in pagan spaces and hanging out with pagans, I've never really enjoyed participating in ritual with them because I don't really like it, because it feels like artifice to me. It's not something that I find comforting. So if I'm participating in it, I'm putting on a costume because that's what everybody else is doing. And it's, one of those things that I respected when I was part of a church community as an outsider, but because I was enjoying the artistic aspect when I was invited to join a church choir at a Catholic church back in early 2000s. It was right after college when I was in Southern Illinois. My then girlfriend, now ex-wife, and I were, well, actually I was invited, but she was allowed to come along, but I had met the choir director for a Catholic church, who's also the vocal instructor at Southern Illinois University. I had met him in his context as a vocal instructor because I was working a temporary job helping a construction firm that was building the new music building. So it was a very happenstance chance meeting. But something happened, we met, something clicked, and he invited me to join the choir. The Lord works in mysterious ways. The Lord does work in mysterious ways. And I agreed to join the choir, but I made sure he was fully aware that I am not a believer. I understand Catholicism. I was raised, my family is, Irish Catholic in basis, but my immediate family was never devout. We were, Creasters. So it was never really something I grew up with, other than knowing it in sort of a general ephemeral sense, and going to church with my grandparents when we were visiting them. But other than that, it was very distanced, and I wasn't a believer, and I made sure that he was aware of that, and he was willing to let me be, or he still wanted me in the choir, despite that. And so I really did enjoy that time. I enjoy the music, especially traditional Catholic music. I like that sort of old school liturgical style music. Whether I always agree with what's being said is different, but from a musical standpoint, I enjoy it. And the only thing that I was refusing to do, because of my lack of faith, is being the cantor. I'm fine being part of the choir. I'm fine being another voice, part of the whole group, but being someone who leads is not my place. I felt that would be disrespectful. And despite the fact that I don't believe in some of this, all of what was going on, I believe in respecting it because other people do believe it and it is important to other people. And I do believe it's important to respect that, as long as that belief isn't causing harm to myself or others, as far as I can see it. There is an argument to be made that I was furthering an ideology that does cause harm in ways that weren't directly affecting me, and I was coming from a place of privilege. But I was enjoying participating in that. It was a good experience. I had a good rapport with the other members of the choir, and nobody really asked me any questions when I was the only person in the choir booth who sat down and stayed seated for communion and didn't partake. Because again, it would be disingenuous to put on that hat to be perceived as normal and participate in a ritual that I don't believe in. And I feel it's disrespectful to the ritual as well.
Yeah.
So all that being said, I've definitely been within spaces where ritual was the norm, and I will generally choose to opt out. And I know you've expressed the idea of a goth space as this ritual, preparing for going to and being in a goth space to be a ritualistic experience to you. And I won't say you're wrong. I would say that is not my experience.
Right.
And that is perfectly okay.
Yep.
It is valuable to you, as is other ritualistic things that you have picked up after cutting your ties with the comfort of your Christian upbringing. And that's the built-in ritual space there.
Mm-hmm.
And finding things that worked for you, finding your own rituals in other traditions and building them up in a way that worked for you. And that's great. But that's also something that I don't feel the need for in my life.
Yeah.
I generally don't like ritual and don't need it in my life.
Mm-hmm.
So this idea that the inherent human culture needs this ritual sticks in my craw even more because I have a knee-jerk reaction sort of against that sort of thing. And I don't perceive these spaces and these experiences as that sort of experience, even though I know other people do. But I acknowledge that there's this diversity of experience, and that's beautiful and that's wonderful. And I love listening to people express how the ritualistic aspects may affect them. I love hearing you talk about, when you do a ritual for Beltane or for Samhain or for Moban or any of those important, seasonal events and how that fulfills you. I love hearing that. It makes me feel really good, even though I don't share the value. I understand the value in the way it's expressed, and I love experiencing that vicariously through others' expression of it. So I am the example of the modern secularized individual, maybe to the extreme, and that I don't feel the need for any of this fantasy. And I don't feel that what I do is part of that fantasy.
Well, Trey, let me just tell you, you just haven't gone to the right church yet, my brother.
I've gone to a lot.
Yeah, but you haven't gone to my church. So let me tell you, once
That's
the Lord
fair.
has reached inside you and touched your special hole, and you've been filled by the jism of the Holy... I'm going to get in trouble.
Maybe. Though the fact that I'm borderline asexual means those metaphors don't work on me either. I'm just an all-around killjoy.
Yeah.
Straight edge, asexual, a-religious, just no fun, no fantasy anywhere.
But you're our killjoy, so that's what matters.
I am your
we
killjoy.
Love you.
Yes.
And I love you.
I love you too. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. I did think the book was interesting. But again, more as an exercise for self-reflection rather than anything that really brought new revelations to me. I found the Chronotopes to be the most interesting thing, I guess. Despite my critiques of them and the fact that I don't think Goth inhabits nearly as large a chronotopic domain as they want to put it. I found their choices of music fascinating. I did find some great discoveries. Like I said in the last recording session, I did do a full analysis of not a full analysis, but I did a breakdown of all of the playlists that they include in the appendix, sorted them by, which artists were played most frequently, which songs were played most frequently. The thing I found the most interesting with the assorted playlists, there was very little overlap. I don't think any song, let me see what the most played song was, because I already said the most played band was Omnia at 16 times. The most played song, I might not have organized that one. I don't think there were many songs that got played more than 3 or 4 times over the entirety of, I think maybe Red Right Hand was probably one of the most common ones, which, makes that one a little bit more sensible as far as one they would select.
They did talk about it a lot in the book.
They did, but Xandria was played once in all of the playlists. was played once
I
at
think
the
Van
Vampire
Elfren
Ball.
has a penchant for gothic metal because it's always in all of everything she writes about. And
It
I think
could
it's
be.
just a personal preference. And so she always ropes it in. I don't know. I have no other explanation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. The other thing that was interesting is they mentioned on a couple of places, at least once, if not a couple times, that they chose Xandria because it was on several playlists. And I would be interested to find out what playlists, because they
Because it
aren't the
wasn't
ones in the
book.
appendix.
Yeah.
And I have never heard it at any goth club.
Yeah,
I have not heard any.
I've never heard of that band.
I've rarely heard metal at a goth club.
No.
With the few exceptions, and if they wanted to include a gothic metal or a tangential gothic metal that I have heard at goth events, why not Typo Negative? It was played several times in their playlists. They had several Typo Negatives. That is one that does have a crossover appeal.
Yeah.
Is admittedly one of the bands that got me into goth in the first place, not because I viewed it as goth, but because when I mentioned to a friend who was a goth that I liked this band, she said, "Oh, try these." So that was interesting. The other metal, there's a lot more metal crossover with industrial, but you can talk about Rammstein, you can talk about White Zombie and Rob Zombie as, crossover things that I don't feel would be weird hearing out at a club event.
Mm-hmm.
Even Marilyn Manson.
I might leave. I think it might be weird now. I don't think anyone would play that. Well, although to be fair, people would might still play Combi Christ to some unscrupulous DJs, but I might not return to those club nights.
There are also just people who just
don't know,
are so invested in their small subcultural space and haven't been paying attention to the larger social context.
Yeah.
There are, I'm sure, plenty of people who continue to play those bands without any knowledge of any problematic things that have happened, because they just exist in this subcultural space that hasn't talked about that.
Yeah.
So I can give the benefit of the doubt there.
Context.
To some degree. But these are bands that I've heard on multiple occasions at multiple different clubs in multiple different regions. But I have explicitly heard DJs say no when someone asks for a metal band to be played.
Yeah.
I've known people who come into a goth night as a big metalhead, and they want to hear In Flames, they want to hear Nightwish, they want to hear Evanescence.
I mean, there's running jokes.
Usually they're shot down.
Writhe and Shine comics about it. It's not a. It's a. It's not a. It's not a secret.
Right. And then one other thing I want to mention, I guess, in tangent around the difference between the subcultures that share these spaces, particular to my experience of these spaces, is the dancing experience, and how these various subcultures, when we're talking about goth versus industrial versus metal and versus punk, I guess I'll do metal, punk, industrial, and goth as broad categories. If you look at a space and how it's enacted on the dance floor, right, how the music is portrayed in dancing, I find very marked differences in how people are expressing themselves within these genres. So there's some commonalities between, goth and metal, or punk and metal and industrial even. In this sort of shared space. All three of those genres tend to have the generation of mosh pits, right? These shared spaces of catharsis. But it's a communal catharsis. It's one where you're in the pit, you're banging up against other people. It has this veneer of violence, but in most spaces, when it's healthy, it's actually a very loving space. But it's letting you get those sort of aggressive urges, those feelings out in there. And those are really somewhat core parts of those genres. I've almost never seen at a sort of a purely goth event, or at least during a goth set, anything like that appearing. There is a form of catharsis. A lot of music is expressed in catharsis, especially when it moves into dance. But on a goth space, and this is frequently the thing that a lot of people express, it's usually a very individualistic, expressive dance.
Well,
there's this rule against dancing with other people oftentimes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, it's a trope, and it's
Yeah.
not as common. It's starting to erode a little bit too. But this idea of dancing together alone.
Together alone, yeah. And also,
Right.
I mean, beyond just there are groups of people will still dance together, but beyond that, I do think it is still a shared experience, just separated.
It is, though.
Because otherwise, why would you go out in the first place? You'd just do it at home.
So as I experience it as someone who does go out and dance, I do enjoy the shared experience as an observer. And I do spend the majority of my time at a club observing. I'm not on the dance floor the entire time.
Yeah.
I'm spending most of the time around the edges of the dance floor watching the dance. And I love that. I mean, when I'm not socializing with people, though, I go to enough events on my own where I don't necessarily know very many people, that I do spend the majority of my time observing the dynamic of the dance floor. And I enjoy that. That is the social aspect to me, that and just the seeing the handful of people that I do know oftentimes. When I am dancing, however, I am not necessarily engaging with the rest of the group. I'm expressing my interpretation of whatever music has made me want to move. I am being purely expressive, and I'm in my own world.
Your D&D fantasy world.
Yes, I'm in my D&D fantasy world, rolling my dice and living my fantasy life. But yeah, I'm existing. I am aware of the floor because I need to avoid the other people. I don't want to hit them. I don't want to interact with them because I don't want to interrupt their personal expression and experience of the dance. But what I'm doing is I'm expressing my experience in, physical cathartic motion. That's also why I tend to like getting to goth events early, when there isn't as much of a dance floor to have to navigate. It's an empty canvas upon which I can just express myself and express what the music is evoking in me.
Yeah.
So when I'm on the dance floor, to me, it's less of a social space. And I do find that a lot of people in a goth space, when it is a shared space and has people coming in from outside, react very negatively to people who try to impose a different dance norm on the space. Whether it's a circle pit forming in the space on a harder song, there are definitely the people who want to do that self-expression will drift away and usually be unhappy. Or even more so when people come in with the expectations of a standard social club, a dance club where you meet and mingle and grind, going up to people and trying to express that experience of dancing is usually met with very negative reactions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's one of the big differences I've seen, is this idea of how the dance floor dynamic works with all these things. And that's not to say that, I did lump the three, punk, industrial, and metal together. They have their own unique things and whatnot, but they do have that similar group cathartic thing that seems to happen. At least I've seen definitely circle pits forming in all of them. Cold Waves being a good example of that for the industrial space. But I did think that's an interesting distinguisher. And also in the book, how they mention on many occasions how these shared events will often have discrete spaces that are more dedicated to specific events, which seem to me to undercut their core contention that all of these are under one big umbrella of a shared subculture. Because if it was one big shared subculture, why would you have these separate spaces that are very discrete?
Right. Yeah.
yeah, so that's just was kind of an aside that I got me thinking about, how the aesthetic, how watching the flow of people at these various events changes based on the event, and even more so because it's shared spaces, and it usually a DJ set will flow through blocks of these when there's only one room, when you don't have the luxury of multiple rooms. The DJ will have the goth block, the industrial block, the noise block, the punk block, etc. Rarely a metal block, but we'll have these blocks, and the dynamic of the floor changes. The makeup of the crowd will change. There are people who will move off the floor and go into the socialization mode because they're not interested in whatever's happening in the musical space, and the dynamic on the floor will change. And sometimes that's fun, and I sometimes enjoy it. I cross over into a lot of these genres, and will dance to a lot of them too. And I like that dynamic shift and how the emotion shifts and how the expression shifts, but it definitely does shift, and not in a way that says different sub-styles, but in a fundamental way that says, to me, different style, different genre, different subculture. So that's just my experiences.
No, that's excellent. I love those thoughts. But that brings us to close to the end of an incredibly long episode. I hope you
Yes.
had as much fun as we did. We're going to wrap up with a returning segment from Azzy Bats of Obscura Undead, All Goth Considered. They're back with their lovely music segment again, so we will wrap up the episode with that. Thank you all so much for spending your time with us. Do I have a thing at the end? I'll be back to close out the show after Azzy fills us in on some lovely musical musings.
Lovely. Very nice.
Welcome to another installment of All Goth Considered with Obscura Undead. I'm your host, Azzy, and today we'll be exploring 3 new singles and what the artists themselves have to say about them. Take a moment to freshen up your drink, sit back, relax, and enjoy. The first track for you today is The Stave Church. The solo project from Bruce Courtney out of Houston, Texas, The Stave Church has been making cold, minimal electronic music since 2018. Their latest album, We Are the Machines, released October 6th, is arguably Courtney's most ambitious work to date. Tied together with Blade Runner meets early Newman instrumentation and an impressive assortment of guest talent, let's hear from Bruce's take on Fractured, one of my favorite tracks off the new album.
Greetings, this is Bruce Courtney of the Stave Church. Azzy, thanks for inviting me and asking about Fractured, which is the 3rd track off of We Are the Machines album, which was released October 6th. A little bit about the process. As opposed to lyrics first, Fractured's music came first. I searched around for a scale that would fit the mood of the song I was thinking about and landed on the G-sharp Phrygian mode, although I actually only used 3 notes off of that scale for the entire song, so it's truly minimal synth here. Lyrically, the song is about toxic relationships, though not about anyone in particular. My view is, if you are in one, you need to get the fuck out. Also notable, I enlisted Blue Door Music Productions out of Brighton, England to produce, mix, and master the LP. On this track, Paris Alexander added additional keyboards that really gave it a nice texture. And also from Blue Door, Irene did some really hauntingly beautiful background vocals. Towards the end, she really gets some high notes that sound incredible. That's really about it, and thanks again for having me, and I really hope you like the track.
Next up is Tassel out of Phoenix, Arizona. This band was put on my radar by my friend and Phoenix DJ, Awfully Sinister. And honestly, if this band doesn't blow up in the next few years, I am going to be beyond surprised. They have an absolutely raw, lo-fi, goth industrial death rock sound and beautifully angsty lyrics. From their new EP, Steel Patch, released October 8th, Pity is a track I think most, if not all of us weird queer kids can relate to. Let's hear more.
Hi, this is Tassel, and I'm going to talk about my new track, Pity, from the Steel Patch EP. Pity was written from a place of deep resentment and apathy. It deals with negative outside pressure, negative internal pressure, and how the two feed into each other. If you felt it before, you know it well. Being looked down upon, a burning feeling you just can't disguise. The lyrics mostly come from my experience being an openly queer kid with low self-esteem and little support from peers. It can often feel like everyone is out to get you in some way, especially if you know they disapprove of how you express yourself and live your life. The religious themes are meant to reflect the ways religion enables someone to put themselves on a pedestal and patronize you from a place of moral authority. They claim it's out of love, but you know deep down that they pity you for not living up to their ideals. This in turn feeds the pity you feel for yourself. In my case, it spiraled into a suicidal rebellion of resentment and self-hate. I felt like I was perpetually misunderstood by everyone around me, like I had no voice and couldn't do anything except lash out. Pity is a very negative song, but accurate to my lived experience. In a way, making it allowed me to take back my voice by conveying those feelings I wasn't able to before. I wanted to make a song that could get justice from my younger self and hopefully resonate with other young people who might feel the same way I felt back then.
Last up is a very special premiere track for you bats. From Brighton, UK, trio Corlix has self-described their upcoming album Blood in the Disco, releasing November 25th, as true goth disco with a post-punk edge. Color me intrigued. I had to know more, so I reached out to Caitlin Stokes after seeing their fabulous performance at Absolution Fest this year. And she was kind enough to let us get an exclusive sneak peek of her favorite track off the new album, Atrophy. And damn, it is a banger and departure from the band's more synth-pop-leaning back catalog. Let's hear more.
Hey Azzy, what's up? It's Caitlin from Corlix. Thank you so much for premiering this song from Blood in the Disco. Nobody's ever heard it yet, unless you've seen us live, then you might have heard it. We love to jam it out. But yeah, this song in particular, I wanted to showcase with you, Obscura Undead, because I know you have people on this channel that love post-punk, and Blood in the Disco has got two sides. A lot of the singles we've released so far have been more on the 80s synth pop side, but the rest of the record, it's got a little grimy post-punk influences. There's even some dark wave in there. I like to say some of the songs are like dark wave verse, post-punk chorus, crazy jam out at the end. I don't even know what you want to call it. But yeah, the record, it's a little bit of a mess genre-wise, and I do understand that some people love that, some people hate that, but you guys can decide for yourselves. I'm definitely a person that is influenced by so many different things. I even love like classical music and jazz, so I'm all over the place as an artist, but you know, no one's getting rich making goth music, so I'm just doing it from the joy of my heart. And yeah, you guys let me know what you think. Thank you again for premiering this song. It's called Atrophy, and it is the first song on the record, actually. It opens the record. And it's not a single because it's not so catchy. And I guess that's why it wasn't a single, but it is my favorite song because I absolutely love the bass line. It's so driving and so dark. And Brandon Ashley is actually the one who wrote that bass line. And then the rest just sort of poured out. And yeah, post-punk is all about the bass. I'm sorry, it really is. So you guys, let me know in the comments what you think. And Blood in the Disco drops on November 25th of this year. So like really soon.
Azzy, incredible work as always. If you aren't following Obscura Undead on YouTube, you absolutely should be. It's a fantastic place to get information about new and upcoming releases, reviews, and all kinds of just great gothy goodness, right? We talk about music on this podcast, but not in the way with the expertise or the perspective that Obscura Undead does it. Nobody does it like Obscura Undead, so please go check them out. We've done it now. We've made Cemetery Confessions history together with the longest episode we've ever produced. I know length isn't the arbiter of quality, but hopefully this episode has been informative, enjoyable, or a worthwhile use of your time. And certainly if you've made it to the end of this episode, whether it was in one long sitting or through multiple listens, multiple sessions, thank you for your time, for being here with us hauntologically with the specter of the hosts of Cemetery Confessions. I'm not going to belabor this episode any longer than it already is. In fact, if I did, I would just be setting the bar even higher for whenever we decide to break this record in the future. I told Trey once we had stopped recording, let's never make an episode this long ever again. But, never say never. Who knows? Thank you so much for being here. Of course, this episode was made possible by viewers like you. Why have I suddenly turned into the public broadcasting network? Of course, we only exist because of our support from the incredible folks on Patreon. I think of you every day, even if I don't tell you that. This podcast continues into the future because of your support, because of your generosity. So thank you, as always, from the bottom of my heart. If you would like to support the podcast and see what kind of little extra bonus things you can get, head over to patreon.com/Cemetery Confessions. We will be back next month with one more episode before we take our 1 month hiatus at the end of the year, when we gather our thoughts and plan and strategize for the coming year, 2023. So I look forward to seeing you again. I hope you all had as delightful an October as is possible. Thank you again for spending your time with us. And until next time, stay dark.
The preceding program is a member of The Belfry, a network of blogs, podcasts, and videos for the darkly inclined. Go to thebelfry.rip for more information.